the moment, and we've got some red-billed spurfowl that are calling in the background. But a rather pretty scene at the moment. Not too much wind, a bit of rain yesterday afternoon, so very clear at the moment. Lovely and green, and I'm sure we have lots to look forward to throughout the course of the day. Of course, this is also a live and interactive experience, so if you do have any questions, comments, things you'd like to know, points of interest, if you note anything as well, do let us know. It's always fantastic to interact with you guys too. So really a rather awesome start for the day. Lovely and clear, as I said. A couple of clouds in the distance. Perhaps some rain later on this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see. But really special as always here in Okaukuejo. Really, really cool. What we're going to do is just have a little pan around, see who's around. No doubt there will be springbok at some stage, hopefully the wildebeest, and I'm sure a number of other characters to look forward to as well. Let's just have a look to the north of us. See what might be going on here. Doesn't look like too much at the moment. I do expect the springbok to be on that tree line. They have been there for quite some time, at least during this week. It does seem we might have to wait for everyone. Of course, Saturday morning, and we can't script their movements either. Little grebe in the water at the moment. I'm sure we'll see the Egyptian geese family as well. There's some spurfowl going off in the distance too. At the moment, rather quiet. Very relaxing, a lovely way to kickstart a Saturday morning. So hopefully you've charged your coffee and you are ready for a rather relaxing and no doubt an entertaining day that will unfold for us. So I did just touch on the fact that it is rather clear and a little bit cloudy at the moment, but it's time for us also to check out and see what the weather is doing across the different locations for the day. So yesterday we did have a large number of Adam storks. Lovely to see that huge flock when it was here with us. Just having a look to see who else is around. There are the Egyptian geese and of course the goslings. We'll check to see if all 6 are present once they all show themselves. And I'm sure those Adam storks will also pop their faces out at some point, and we'll have a look at them too. A really large flock that was here yesterday, numbering at least over 100. And of course taking advantage of all the insects and that are about at the moment. That looks like a subdued start for the Egyptian geese. A little bit of foraging, perhaps more rest than anything else for now. Of course it is rather cool and not too much of a breeze, so definitely a lovely start for them as well. So lovely and relaxing at the moment. Of course, nice to be a bit pensive as well. Just taking the opportunity to see what's going on with the geese. We'll zoom back out again and have a look to see what else is going on just now. So from a really awesome, very chilled start here in Okaukuejo, it's time for us to check in with Tess and Morgan and say good morning to them down in Amakhala.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful day down in the Eastern Cape in South Africa at Amakhala Game Reserve. We've started our morning with something a little bit different. A lone red hartebeest calf that seems to have been injured sometime during the night. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out for the morning. Behind the camera is Morgan. And just to explain what kind of happened here, this is right next to our accommodation in the northern section of Amakhala, where the 3 cheetah boys have been for the last while. And we heard commotion last night while we were sitting outside. And so we had a look within the kind of fence line of the property. And we saw the hartebeest running. We heard what sounded like a hartebeest calf getting injured. And we thought maybe the cheetah brothers have come back to this area. But they are in fact on the main.
So unfortunately, we did just lose Tess there. We will be back with her and Morgan momentarily. And again, just enjoying a rather relaxing start. The Egyptian geese aren't doing too much at the moment. I'm going to zoom back out. And we'll just take the opportunity. Have a look at the tree line. Some springbok, it seems, slowly coming through. So their morning has also kick-started. No doubt we'll see 1 or 2 of them resting, even sleeping throughout foliage, and also grazing too. But nice to see that they have started to come out. And we'll keep tabs on their movement as well throughout the course of the morning. And then obviously into the afternoon as well. But nice to just see what's going on. We'll try and see where they do end up. And no doubt they will be rather close. And we'll get a lovely view of them at some point as well.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So listening to Cape Turtle Dove at the moment. Springbok seem to have moved out of frame at the moment, so we'll also just come across, see where they ended up. I think probably just behind this little thicket here at the moment. There are a few of them over here. Nice to have all that bird audio as well. Very peaceful, rather relaxing. Got some European bee-eaters that are also calling right now. I'm still just watching these springbok as they mill about. So we're going to just keep on tracking through. Keep an eye on our springbok for now. We'll zoom back out and have a look at the water as well. See if the Egyptian geese haven't become a little bit more mobile. And just off in the distance, you'll notice the springbok kind of moving about. They are rather far away, but they are obviously in the area. And in fact, it looks like there's an impala ram there too. Morning Rainbow, yes, it is a very peaceful start. Nice to have had 2 mammals already, so impala and the springbok. Of course, lots of bird audio, so we can't complain about that either. So very cool, lovely to see the impala off in the distance as well as the springbok. But it's time for us to check in again with Tess and see what's going on with that hartebeest calf.
So I know you lost me earlier, but I am back. I found myself again. So we are still with this little red hartebeest calf, and I don't know how much of the story you got, but we heard commotion last night, saw the hartebeest bolting past our accommodation. Everyone was really upset. There were some eland around as well, or eland, and everything seemed a bit strange. We couldn't work out why, and this morning we have found this little red hartebeest calf right next to the accommodation. I can see that the back right ankle is really, really swollen. He's not putting any weight on it. But it also looks like there might be a bit of a growth on the belly, maybe a bit of a hernia. And also front right on the chest. There are some growths on this hartebeest's body. So I don't know if it's been abandoned by the herd. I don't know if they tried to injure it. I don't know if it maybe just fell into an aardvark digging or tripped and hurt the ankle. Maybe that growth on the ankle is the same kind of growths that are on the body. We have absolutely no idea. All we know is it's injured on its own, not putting weight on that leg. Look there how it's trying to limp. There you can see that growth on the front of the chest, right in front of the front right leg. That's what I was going for. Now we have let ecology know, so they will come and have a look at the calf and see what's happening. But this is never a pleasant thing to see, I suppose. Oof, I didn't quite get that name. Did you, Morgan? Whitney, thank you. Whitney, this is still a very young calf. I would say maybe a few months old, if that. Because if you have a look, it's got tiny, tiny little horns. And so it's definitely old enough that the horns have started growing, which should only happen at maybe 2-3 months old. You can start seeing horns of that size, I would think. But I might be wrong. I haven't spent much time with red hartebeest in the last 10 years. So I could be wrong on that front, but it's definitely not older than maybe 5 months at most. It's still also a very sandy color. It hasn't quite got that red tinge to it yet. Just the start of it happening on the face. But you can see it is quite injured, and we heard what sounded like a calf getting injured last night. We just weren't sure what happened. And we thought maybe the 3 male cheetahs had come back to this section, but they are still definitely in the main part of the reserve. So it definitely wasn't the cheetahs that scared this hartebeest, and we don't know of any other predators in this area either. The lions are also in the main part of the reserve. They haven't come through this side. So whatever happened, it wasn't chased by a predator unless it was something like, you know, a whole group of jackals or maybe even a brown hyena. But it could have also just tripped. Maybe it's just been left behind by the herd. With all of those growths, maybe they know it's not a particularly healthy calf. Oh, bathroom time. So he is urinating, which is good. So for him to be urinating means he's at least got water moving in his system, or milk, both. But he doesn't look particularly healthy otherwise, and he is disappearing quite fast. Tank, the herd might come back for it. They're not that far away. They were up on the opposite ridge from us earlier, and he was calling. So maybe they heard him. But they might come back for it, but again, they might not. If they know that he's got growths all over his body, animals can smell when the other animals are not healthy, particularly calves. And a lot of the time what will happen is, in order to not waste the energy, which sounds awful, but it's very efficient in nature, in order to not waste the energy of producing milk for a calf that is ill and might die, they might abandon the calf and let nature take its course, and that might allow the female to come back into estrus and have another calf, or wait until next year, depending. Some of them come into estrus, some of them don't. It also depends on the stage of their life that they're in. But they might know that this male is not really going to be a viable male when he's older, and so it's not worth wasting precious resources and energy to try and raise a calf to adulthood that probably won't survive anyway. Now, I'm not saying he won't survive, we don't know, but that is a massive possibility in nature. Animals know these things instinctually. And so maybe it was intentional, but there's a very strong possibility that it wasn't intentional either, and that he just happened to get injured. Because the commotion we heard last night would explain the injury on the back right foot. It wouldn't explain the growths everywhere else, or the swellings, but it definitely does explain that injury. At least he's using it to scratch, so it's sore, but obviously still a bit functional. The way he is looking is up onto the opposite ridge where the other hartebeest were this morning, so He can probably sense the movement. Maybe he can hear them from a distance or smell them. But the most important thing is it's starting to heat up really fast now, so he needs to find himself some shade. Because if he's out in the full sun all day with no milk, no water, and can't move to the rest of the herd, then he's going to start dehydrating really fast. So that's why I was happy when I saw him urinating, because it means he's at least still got some hydration in his system, and his organs are working okay if he's managing to urinate. So I think it's more the injury to the back right that's holding him up. I don't think those growths would make much of a difference to him getting to the herd. He's obviously been fine for this long. Those growths don't pop up overnight. But the ankle will definitely hinder his ability to move distances. The wind is picking up, which is a good thing. It's at least going to cool him down a bit. And luckily for him, there are no predators on this side that we know of, so the wind won't be disadvantaging him in terms of predators, but he doesn't necessarily know that there's no predators here, so he will still be nervous. So I think, especially being on his own, he's probably feeling a bit insecure this morning. A bit extra nervous. I would imagine the Hartebeest started giving birth towards the start of summer. So I'm thinking he's about 2 to 3 months old, since we're only in the beginning of February. You can see, especially now that he's turned to the light, look how sandy that left side of his body is, that sandy, sandy color. Now this is a really important adaptation for most of the young herbivores out here. Black wildebeest are the same. The little calves are born a very light color. I can't get my words out today, Morgan. They're born a very sandy light color, so that for the first kind of month to 2 months that they are lying down and hiding in the tall thickets of grass or in any form of shrubbery, they hide and the herd moves around them and then comes back for them. They need to be camouflaged. If they were their adult colors, they wouldn't blend in very well, and so predators would spot them at a distance. So that sandy color is pretty important, especially you can see the termite mounds behind are a bit more reddish in color, but the grass stands tend to be a little bit more brown in some places, and so he needs to be a combination of both to blend in. Also bear in mind, some of the termite mounds are actually pretty much identical in color to him. So if he was to lie very still, you would hardly notice him. So it is positive that he can at least use the leg for scratching, because if it was really, really sore, he would not be able to at all. And at least he's kind of put it flat on the floor now, even if he isn't putting weight on it. It is flat on the floor, he's not holding it up. I suppose on the plus side, he's managed to move about 15 meters or so now. He looks like he knows where he wants to go. He's just taking a bit of time to get there. And he's going in the right direction. If he keeps going that way, it's going to take him a long time, but he'll get to the area where the hartebeest were at least. Unless he's just trying to find a patch of shade. Yeah, he's got a very, very itchy neck. It could also just be because he's been lying on the ground. So if he's been lying here most of the night, because this is exactly where we heard the commotion, there could be biting ants on him. He could have attracted flies in the heat as well, because there's moisture on his body as he's sweating in the sun. So it could just be an irritation with insects and other pests. But it could also just be something relating to those tumors. Maybe it's part of his health that's causing a bit of an issue. But we can see there's no damage to the hip or the kind of knee area, because he's bending that fine to scratch and to lift and lower the leg like that. So it's definitely just that very swollen ankle. I think he's going to lie down. See how he's doing a bit of a circle? He's trying to find a comfortable way to lower himself without hurting that leg. There you go. Down onto the front legs. Very typical way to lie down for hartebeest, wildebeest, even zebras. Shame, that is very uncomfortable. And just like that, if he sits really still, he looks like a termite mound. It looks like he's trying to maybe groom that ankle or something. Or maybe the other leg, who knows. Right, so now he's using the kind of healthy leg to do a lot of scratching around the face and neck again. So the injured leg is kind of tucked underneath him. He'll probably settle here for the day. I'm just hoping he manages to find some shade. So the ecology team is kind of in charge of monitoring the animals, and so any births, deaths, injuries, anything like that of any species are reported to them, and they come out and have a look, and so hopefully they should be here fairly soon. But he is not going very far, so that is actually good news, because it means they've got a much better chance of finding him quickly, and then they'll make an evaluation of this young boy. He should be starting to eat grass already, so he'll have some food. The biggest thing will definitely be hydration today. Staying out of the heat. But if he keeps kind of moving a little bit, he'll get to either a very big termite mound with some shade, or a big tree with some shade. Some of the blue gums around here will provide some shade. I am amazed at his camouflage. He's just starting to go red on the top of his head and down the back of his neck. So he's starting to turn towards the more adult coloration. But particularly towards his rump and his tail, he's very, very sandy in color. And he blends in perfectly with that little sandy patch just kind of past him. Sitting like that, in amongst all of these other termite mounds, he is at least well camouflaged. So if there were predators here, they might have a hard time spotting him if he doesn't move. They might rely more on scent. But of course he is vulnerable regardless, not having the family with him. But from birth they are trained, it's instinctual to sit like this, very still. Yoshilo, yes, unfortunately nature is tough, and living out here in the wild is ultimately survival of the fittest, and this is one of the ways that can potentially work out. It's not always easy to watch, but the good news is that here the ecology team can come and actually have a look at him. What they do with him is a different story. Whether they decide to leave him and see if the herd rejoins, that would probably make the most sense. They're not far away, and maybe the herd will come back. But they'll probably just monitor him for a few days and make sure of his condition, see what he's doing, where the herd is, and see if there's any possibility of that. So at least we know he will be in good hands because we have reported it. But it's not always easy to watch nature. But this is how things go, With a hartebeest like this, we hadn't noticed the tumors until he stood up. Because of the way he's lying, you can't see now that there are any form of tumors or growths or anything like that on his body. Whether they're long-term damaging or not, I don't know. But animals know these things. And if he's going to pass those genes on to other hartebeest, that might potentially decrease the chance of survival in the long term, then that's nature's way of almost, I don't want to say weeding it out, but it is that. It is weeding it out. It's survival of the fittest. You don't want a hartebeest or any animal that has got any form of disease that can be passed on through breeding. You don't want that animal to breed in nature. Not that we don't want it to breed. Nature will not take that because it doesn't result in a higher chance of survival. It lowers the chance of survival. It's not how it works out here. As hard as that is to accept, sometimes it's unfortunately how it works. And that's the reason why we have so much wildlife today, because of survival of the fittest, because they've managed to manage themselves and pass on the strongest possible genes, not the weaker ones. But I'm sure once ecology arrives, they'll give us an update as well. And I suppose from there, we'll just have to see what happens. You'll probably find the longer he sits there, the more he's going to be inclined to drop his head. He might tuck it in left towards his stomach and just lie there and wait. It's not like they're not used to it, so this is not something unusual to see in a hartebeest. Any young calf will do that. Usually, though, it's just a bit closer to the herd. They are used to dealing with the heat. They are used to sitting really, really still for long periods of time. So it's just a matter of the herd potentially coming back or choosing not to. But the commotion was intense. I mean, we heard the noises first, and I actually noticed the movement behind Morgan, behind the fence as well. And I stopped mid-conversation, and then everything went calm, and then we started hearing the noise of what sounded like a calf getting injured. But the herd was not happy last night. They did a full loop around the house and disappeared north into the ridges where they are this morning. So whatever it was absolutely freaked them out, whether it was this one falling or maybe even an eland pushing it around, maybe another hartebeest pushing it around, you never know. There you go, starting to tuck the head in. So now the only movement you should notice might be occasionally a flick of an ear to get rid of flies, or a flick of the tail. But sitting like that, especially from a distance, it looks just like a rock or a termite mound. I don't actually know if we would have spotted that driving out here this morning if it was there. It was in the middle of the road when we spotted it, so it was quite hard to miss. Alright, so I think what we're going to do, we're going to leave it because we don't want to sit with it for an extended period of time either, just because we don't want to stress the little animal. It's going through enough at the moment. We'll wait for ecology to arrive, and for now, we'll send you over to Nick to say good morning from Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega. I'm so glad that you could join us here this morning. And is Nick, and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for this morning. As you can see, we've started close to Scotia Dam here. It's been a lovely, peaceful morning. Temperature definitely starting to get up there. So hopefully we do get a good amount of action. A lot of animals coming down to the waterhole today. So this is our grey heron, our infamous grey heron, who was very successful yesterday in catching some frogs. Nice to be able to see this warthog sow with her piglets. This is the warthog that is a little bit nervy. So it's always been quite difficult to
So unfortunately, we did just lose Nick there. We'll be back with him again, though, at some point. And I can see the Egyptian geese are active right now. So we're going to get in and have a closer look at them. Clouds definitely coming through. It has got a lot more overcast since we were last here. Just one adult with the geese at the moment, the little goslings, and all of them are present. There's a little blacksmith lapwing that's there as well. And Saturday's swimming lesson has started. Of course, the little devil thorns, the little yellow flowers that are out as well. Lovely to see them. They really are pretty, and it does make the landscape really shine at the moment. It is fantastic. So lovely to see all of this going on. And of course, a peaceful start for the geese as well. So always awesome to catch up with these guys. They are very cool. No doubt if the springbok do get closer to them at some point, we'll see them being very protective again, shooing off the springbok. We've seen it a number of times. It's very cool to watch, just to see how that behavior does work and how protective the parents really are. But, the goslings are growing at a rapid pace, almost doubled in size in the last 2 weeks. Morning, Francois. Yes, they really do. I can assure you, though, what looks calm on the surface is definitely not underneath. Those feet are definitely beating very fast to propel them around, but they do look very elegant, and it is rather peaceful watching them go about the start of their morning. It looks like geese are probably going to get out at some point. They'll probably start to forage along the water's edge. I'm sure after a bit of exercise, breakfast is needed. Keep those energy levels up. So slowly getting out of the water. No doubt a bit of foraging to commence. So we'll watch how this all plays out for now. Still a bit of swimming going on though anyway. Lovely to have all these European bee eaters calling too. Very cool audio. Thoroughly enjoy it. Unfortunately, we aren't able to really show you them because they are flying about and they're rather quick, but they are very pretty birds and lovely to see. So just watching the
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So still just enjoying quiet moments with the Egyptian geese. Goslings are kind of milling about in the water at the moment. One of the adults out of the water, the other kind of just keeping tabs on what's going on. I'm sure we will see them all get out of the water at some point too. So just waiting for that to happen, listening to the European bee eaters. It looks like a little bit of sun trying to break through the cloud cover as well. But we'll keep tabs on everything else going on. And at some point, check in again to see where those springbok are. They're slowly getting out of the water. You can see 2 of them have come out. Looks like the other 4 are about to. And just awesome just to switch off and watch what goes on. Little intimate moments like this with the Egyptian geese family here in Okakuyo. I think I'm going to zoom out for the moment. Let's try and see what's going on with the springbok. Perhaps that impala also coming a bit closer. Adam storks also starting to arrive in numbers. So we'll tune in and zoom in to them. But let's just have a look to see on the tree line if anyone is around. Perhaps also behind that thicket over there. Otherwise, for now, I think let us watch as the Adam storks start to descend upon us. No doubt we'll also see them foraging in that too. So rather cool. The numbers swelling. And I said, as we had yesterday, around 1,000 of them, or not 1,000, around 100 of them, forming a very big flock. So definitely lots around in the area. Try and get a little closer. There's a springbok there just off in the distance. And let's just see if these numbers start to swell even more so than what they are now. Try to get a little closer so that you can see what the Adam storks actually look like. A little blue on their cheeks, pink legs, of course, black and white as well. And rather short stalks, around 1 meter or so in height. So nice to just get a close-up view of these Adam storks. I'm going to zoom back out to try and see if we can't keep track of that springbok that's about as well. And hopefully then also pick up on any of the other storks that come through to join us. So I'm going to just leave the camera here for now. There's that springbok that is there in the distance. And of course waiting to see how many other storks join us for the course of the day. Really just quite cool and peaceful. It looks like the storks also quite content in just being relaxed and sitting around the water's edge. I'm sure a number of them though will start to kind of forage in that little green patch just above them. So we'll just wait to see what does happen with them. But lovely and quiet scenes at the moment. So very cool scene, yeah, and it's lovely just to sit back and enjoy what does start to unfold and how the day gets going. But it's time for us to check in again with Tess and Morgan and Amakhala and see what's going on down there.
I love it when we get to spend time with giraffes, especially in the mornings. This is the same area where I had that very big journey of giraffes on my first day here at Amakhala. I can't believe it's only day 3. It feels like I've been here much longer already. We've seen so much. Yeah. Is it day 4?
Got you 5 days ago. You've done 4 days of drive.
Oh my goodness, it is day 4. Wow. Thank you, Morgan. It honestly feels like much longer though, because just every day has been so entirely different. I've seen so much, from plants to landscapes to animals, and this is not something I get to do often. I know I said it on the first day, but spending time with a giraffe up close that is really relaxed and kind of just ambles along and does its own thing, eating sweet thorn everywhere it goes, it just is so, so peaceful. I don't know if you can hear the very high-pitched hum in the background, but it's a hot day. We're expected to get well over 30 degrees Celsius today, so close to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the cicadas are humming. It's an insect. And this for me is a truly beautiful wild African scene. Cicadas humming in the background, birds flitting around, and a giraffe eating sweet thorn. Oh, Hillary, giraffes can get super aggressive. So they are actually very, very much a potential threat to lions, to leopards, to cheetahs, to humans, and to each other. So as much as this female looks really nice and relaxed and calm and as though nothing in the world could bother her, if she is feeling threatened, it's an entirely different story. So females in particular are really well known to kick when they have a calf. She looks like she's pregnant, so she might have a calf within the next couple of months. But they've got these really big feet. A hoof for a giraffe is almost the size of my entire face. And with those really long legs, they've got an exceptionally powerful kick. So they can get really aggressive, particularly when defending a calf. So what they either do, if the calf is really small, if it's newborn, they hide it underneath their stomach and they kick forwards, so they don't kick backwards. Because they're so tall, they kick forwards. And with those kicks, if it's well placed, they can actually kill a lion and very easily kill a cheetah. But they could also kill people. So you should never take it for granted and just randomly walk up to a giraffe. Please don't do that unless you have an experienced field guide with you that is a trails guide as well, that you're walking up to animals on foot. But they can also be really aggressive with each other. So there is a hierarchy amongst females, there's a hierarchy amongst males. They are social animals. But the males in particular get really aggressive when they're fighting. So it's not just limited to females protecting themselves or calves. Any giraffe will defend itself, especially if under threat or under attack. They feel the need to kick, they will place it well, and hopefully you are not in the way, or the lion isn't in the way. But the males, when they're fighting, do this really interesting process called necking, where they kind of circle each other. And you can see she's got a really tall, thick neck. Hers is not nearly as thick as a male's would be. Her horns on the top of her head are also not as big, not as wide, not as strong. And she's not as tall. So when the males start circling each other, they stand shoulder to shoulder and they push each other around. And then they start necking, which is a process of swinging the neck with the aim of hitting the other giraffe either with the weight of your neck or with your head and your horns. And they can kill each other. They can 100% kill each other if it comes to it. So they can be incredibly aggressive, and you definitely don't want to be in the way of that process. So never ever take them for granted. As much as they do look very, very peaceful, most of the time they will be. But if they are under threat or if they are fighting over dominance, they can kill anything that comes at them, and they can kill each other. So this area is probably one of the densest areas of Amakhala in terms of sweet thorn. Now, sweet thorn we do actually get in the Lowveld, but not nearly as commonly as we get it down here in the Eastern Cape. It is the predominant, what used to be known as the acacia species. Now it's a Vachellia. That's the new name. It means straight thorn. And I would imagine that is exactly why these giraffes like it here. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. No, it's gone. So any of the previously known as acacia species are incredibly popular with kudus, with giraffes, and with elephants in particular. But this area has probably the most sweet thorns that I've seen on Amakhala. So it's all of these trees that are around us that have this very bright green leaf, a very beautiful yellow flower, and massive, massive white thorns. And that's all meant to stop things from eating them. But of course, it doesn't look like it works with the giraffes. What actually happens is they can slide right over those thorns with a very leathery, thick tongue, and they produce a lot of very slippery saliva. And so how she's eating is she's kind of just slipping the leaves straight off the branches. They'll even eat the flowers. And you can see she is enjoying it a lot. She is moving constantly from one bush to another. And I haven't seen her eat anything else this morning yet. Not that we've spent that much time with her so far, but sweet thorn is definitely the favorite of the giraffe in this area. So anywhere that you have these kind of congregations of giraffes, you'll usually find sweet thorn, and they always tend to go hand in hand. So we are really enjoying watching this female. She's part of a journey of, we've probably seen about 10 so far. They're all spread out in amongst this kind of sweet thorn valley, if I can call it that. Really fertile soils, lots of giraffes moving through the area. But you might also find things like kudu or eland here, a lot of birds too, a lot of insects. And she's really not worried about us at all. She's definitely moving further away, so she's making it a little bit more difficult for us to see all of her in all of her beauty. But all she's really concerned by is moving from one sweet thorn to the next as the plant starts to defend itself. So they start turning their leaves bitter, and then she has to move to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. But this kind of area is also really good for elephants. They like sweet thorn as well. And so I'm really hoping we get a nice close-up view of elephants sometime soon. But it seems like there is actually an elephant waiting for you on the other side.
Connection lost. No, I can't log back in. Come on, you bastard. Hi, Unity kicked me out just as you said asking for a link. I think maybe we must come up with a different word. I think this phone knows, but we seem to be back again. Greetings everybody from a nice, cool, overcast day from Madikwe Private Game Reserve up in the northwest of South Africa, close to the Botswanan border, and we greet you with a beautiful elephant bull who is quenching his thirst and having a little paddle in an area known as Malarani Pan, a little bit south of where we are based at Jackie's Lodge here in the beautiful Madikwe Game Reserve. You can see the Dwarsberg Hills in the background. And it has been a lovely start to the day. We've had a succession of elephant bulls coming to quench their thirst here. I think he's going to have a bit of a play now rather than a drink, because he's had a good drink for... No, he's going to carry on. He was drinking straight from the pipe, because this is a man-made waterhole, and elephants are very picky when it comes to their water. But I think because this is being constantly topped up, and you can see it's a man-made structure, you can see the concrete around it there. And it's not very deep, as you can see from where he's standing. It's a nice fresh water source for them, which is why this area is very popular with the elephants. But my name is Ben, and on camera with me again I have Igor. We are stationed up here for the next couple of weeks and really looking forward to exploring what is a new area for the two of us. I've been up here a few times, but only for little short visits in the past, and this is Igor's first visit here, and thus far we have to say Madikwe has been delivering some wonderful gems. Now, if you joined us for the sunset safari yesterday, you would have seen we had a lovely sighting of one of the dark-maned males, one of the two dominant male lions in this area. We had a brief but wonderful visual of him. And today it's a little bit more of a slower start. So we've had a succession of 4 or 5 elephant bulls coming down to this dam. We've had some zebras, we've seen a jackal. What I think was a lanner falcon just flew by. Sorry, excuse me. We are just going to pretty much hang out here for the next little bit and see what comes down to drink. But he has put quite a few litres into that massive mouth of his since we have been here. On average, an elephant needs around about 150 litres of water per day on a hot day, but it isn't a particularly hot day, and we've had a lot of rain over the last 2 or 3 days, so they will be getting plenty of water from the vegetation that they have been eating. But this is obviously a very well-established water point. Elephants have excellent memories, and they tend to stream through to this area to take advantage of this fresh water. You can see now he's drinking from the pipe. You might be able to see right at the bottom of the screen there's actually the inflow. There it is, into the dam. So he will be literally putting the tip of his trunk around that pipe and taking that fresh water directly into the trunk and transferring it to the mouth. You can see reaching into just underneath the lip of that concrete, so clamping his trunk around the mouth and taking that fresh water. And that trunk can hold about 20 litres of water, so they say. That was not aimed at us. There's actually a truck coming past. We're on one of the main roads towards the gate. Looks like a fuel truck on its way out, because of course a lot of the lodges here rely on deliveries of petrol and diesel to run their fleet of game viewers. And elephants are used to us. They are used to the noise that these vehicles make. They know and they have learnt that we are fairly non-impactful and we don't get in their way. But something like that gave him a bit of a fright, and he just reacted, shaking his head, voiced his disapproval. Now the truck is gone, and you can see he has relaxed again. So that was not aimed at us, thankfully. Mike, thank you. He is a beautiful boy, very much in his prime. Still not a particularly old elephant, I would say, but he looks in very, very good condition. Things to age an elephant, the main things that we would look at, there's sort of 3 things that I would look at. One that we can see from this angle is the width across sort of the bridge of the nose, the base of the trunk. As they get older, their head gets larger, because elephants don't really stop growing until they are probably in their 40s. And even then, they'll still fill out a little bit more. They kind of continuously go throughout their life. Then you can look at those little sort of sunken areas around the temples. You can see he's got 2 little depressions, one above the eye socket and then there's a little ridge and another one sort of in between the forehead there. Those become more pronounced and bigger with age. And then if we were seeing him side on or for the back, you'll see an older elephant, his sort of spine tends to stick out a little bit more, and the skin, just like it does in all of us, tends to sag a little bit with age. So always difficult to give you an accurate age. This is probably is put up there, but I'd probably say this one's in his late 20s, perhaps, there or thereabouts, as a guess. But he is very beautiful, even if he does have a broken tusk, probably lost in a fight with a bigger male over some mating rights. He's doing his Captain Morgan pose for us. There were some zebras here also having a drink earlier, but the elephant decided that he wanted the dam all to himself and sort of shook his head at them and waved his trunk around, chased the zebras away, and has been enjoying the dam all to himself for the last 15 minutes or so. There's a young boy now, so just beginning to disappear into the suckerbush, but I would imagine it won't be too long before the next one arrives. So we've been sat here for probably 45 minutes, and we've had one or two coming down every sort of 10 or 15 minutes. So it's a difficult one to say because we can't ask them, but they enjoy it. I think there's an element of fun and an element of enjoyment and play and just sort of general satisfaction. Elephants love water. They get very, very excited when they see water, particularly on a hot day. And particularly the little ones, they break into a run. And particularly with a herd, it's a time of social bonding and play and everything else. And it's probably nice on their feet. Remember, their feet are very sensitive. And their feet are very important to them. They pick up vibrations when those deep rumbles that you might have heard of elephants. On other feeds that we have given you, a lot of them are below our ability to hear them. The hertz that they come out at is too low, down to about sort of 10 or 12 hertz, which is below what the human ear can pick up. But those deep, low seismic vibrations travel through the ground because it's a good conductor of seismic vibrations, and they will pick up information from other individuals through those feet. So it's important to keep them in good condition. And they are very sensitive. It's one of the methods that is employed by a lot of reserves to stop elephants, for example, attacking water towers and things where they do have a tendency to rip out pipes and things. One of the ways to do that is to cement some sort of stones, put them so sharp angles are pointing upwards, and also around older trees to try and protect them from being ring barked, where the elephants want to take the bark off and eat that cambium layer because of the nutrients within. So they put, say, these rings, concentric rings of sharp stones, and that stops the elephant from going through there because he doesn't want to tread on something unpleasant. Well, he seems to have disappeared off into the bushes. I see in front of us, Igor, we'll have what looks to be a shaft-tailed wider sitting on that tree directly over the front of the bonnet. Let's just double check. Yes, it is. Although we can't see his tail very well. In fact, I don't see any tail on him at all, but it is a shaft-tailed wider. You just see that little black spot there. So it's one of our wider species that you don't find in the east of South Africa. It's a specialist western side of the country, and it is a brood parasite like the rest of the widers. In this area, the shaft-tailed wider's favourite host. Oh, there's a jackal just behind it. If you come down, if you can see it, just there he is. You can just see his back, just to the right of and above the bush in the foreground there. You might just be able to see the back of a black-backed jackal. The widers here parasitise the violet-eared waxbills, which are very, very pretty birds. Hopefully our jackal will pop into view. I think it was the same one earlier. We had an elephant came in. We didn't know the jackal was there, but as the elephant came in, he disturbed the jackal and he trotted off into the long grass. There are lots of birds that I'd like to see up here in Madikwe, but it's not my first visit up here, but I am adding to my Madikwe list. In fact, this morning, what did we see? We saw a brown snake eagle earlier this morning, which I hadn't got on Madikwe yet, which takes my Madikwe bird list to 191 so far, so I have seen quite a few up in this area. I was actually having a look on one of my apps on my phone as to sort of some of the specials that you can find in this area, and a couple that I don't have on my life list. Apparently we get a Birchall's courser and a double-banded courser are seen from time to time up here. So I'd very much like to add those to my life list. What else am I looking for up here specifically? I did have a look, but a lot of the sort of considered Madikwe specials, if you will, I have been lucky enough to see in the past, like the yellow-throated sandgrouse, short-clawed lark is seen up here. That was a lifer for me when I was up a little bit earlier in the year. We did see a nice Lana falcon yesterday. I'm trying to think. I'll have to give that one some more thought as to what specifically you would get in this area, but there are a lot of things like larks and pipits and warblers in the right areas. Those what we call those LBJs, because they are fairly, no disrespect to them, drab in coloration and can be really rather difficult to identify unless you get a really good look at them. And if you can hear them calling. Oh, there's our jackal. There, buddy. But yeah, all the sort of the main Madikwe ones that I would hope to get, I think I have ticked off most of them. But that's the beauty of birding. There are always unusual things being seen up here. And I must actually ask to be put on the group. We have a group in Madikwe where it's like a birding group. So if anybody does have an unusual sighting, they post it on there so that people can go and have a look. Because generally speaking, a lot of guides are very keen birders. And life lists do become addictive after a little while. Problem is, the more you get, the harder it is to find new ones, particularly if you are fairly sedentary in your work and you don't get to travel to new areas. Thankfully, with the nature of my work, between obviously the work that I do here at Wild Earth, I also do some freelance guiding, and my other interest being astronomy. I do a lot of training throughout the country in different areas, so I've been fairly lucky to tick off quite a few different birds from different areas over the years. My biggest plan though at some point is I want to go down to the Karoo, because of the clear skies and the lack of humidity, which is perfect for my astrophotography interests. And also there's quite a few birds that sort of occur down there, and I've never visited that area, which is a bit of a travesty bearing in mind my interests. But there'll be quite a few hopefully I can pick up there. And the next thing to do is to do one of the boat trips and get some of those seabirds, because that's a big gap in my list, is seabirds, because I rarely get to go to the beach, and I haven't got wonderful sea legs, but I would love to do one of those boat trips and go and get things like petrels and storm petrels and some of the albatrosses and frigate birds and gannets and all of those sorts of things. I'm missing a lot of those. Nate, I will pass on your plaudits to Igor. Igor, excellent camera work on that jackal.
Well, thank you.
Igor thanks you and gives a satisfactory nod of self-confidence. I like it. Unfortunately, the jackal now seems to have disappeared, so I think we've hexed him with that comment. But thank you, Nate. I have passed it on. Nadine, I'm not sure. Igor, did you see more than one jackal or just the one? I think I noticed the one. I think, yeah, Nadine, I'm not sure what was in your coffee this morning, but we're pretty sure it was just the one. There's an elephant way in the distance over there, I've just noticed. We've got an elephant way in the distance, but it may be right behind the pole of our roof. It is. Let me move back or forward just a touch. Alright, is that better, Igor? Can you see him now? Very far away. Have you got him there? Yeah, there we go. Turn the car off so we don't have any shakes. A lone leviathan slowly cutting his swathe through this fairly homogeneous bush. So a lot of sickle bush, a lot of acacias, but you can see very few big trees, and any big trees like that one at the back you can see, which I'm not sure exactly what it is, possibly an old knobthorn by looking at its shape. Many of the big trees have been hammered by the elephant population here, because there are, say, in excess of 1,500 elephants in the Madikwe Reserve. So my car seems to be wanting to roll a little bit for some reason. I put the handbrake on. Towering above the surrounding vegetation. Don't forget, at the shoulder a big elephant can be potentially close to 4 meters tall. There you go. Good description to just really help you understand the sheer size of an elephant, particularly if you're on foot. If any of you are lucky enough to have done a walking safari and had a close encounter with an elephant, they are pretty imposing if one comes to investigate you. I always say it's like a two-story house standing in front of you. Not a bad view, huh? I think our office is pretty good, Igor. No complaints. Nadine, yes, well, I am a little jealous of your aircon from time to time, certainly, but I like to think the view out of our window is slightly superior to yours. No, Nadine, you're right. I have not seen the view out of your windows, and I am a little bit jealous of your aircon, certainly, when you have power. And I'm sure your view is lovely, but I refuse to believe it's any better than this.
Nope, I was there 2 weeks ago.
Igor says he's seen the view out of your office window and he prefers this one. Oh, there's 2 elephants. There we go. There's a couple of bulls there floating around in the undergrowth. Alright, we're going to enjoy these spectacular views, which are definitely better than Nadine's views, regardless of what she says in Johannesburg. But let's send you over to Alex, who is checking out the view from the dam cam at Okaukuejo in Namibia.
Thank you, Ben. And yes, our view is rather fantastic at the moment. The stork numbers have swelled, and there must be at least 100 or so Adam storks here right now. We'll get a closer look at them, but a couple of them foraging, and it really has just been non-stop with regards to them. They've taken over the western side of the waterhole for now. Every now and then, yesterday they were getting spooked, so I'm sure that might be the case today, and we'll see them fly off and then all land again, sometimes in a different area, but very much at ease and comfortable here. So let's just get a bit closer again. Hopefully we can actually watch 1 or 2 of them as they forage around. That's so fantastic to see this many Adam storks here at once. Definitely commandeering Okaukuejo waterhole right now. So just special scenes. And I'm saying that these obviously are intra-African migrants. And you get them as far west as Senegal. And they do breed above the equator. So south of the Sahel, which is effectively the northern savanna belt above the equator, just before we get into the Sahara in northern Africa. And when they are wintering, which would be now, they then migrate down and across east, and then down obviously to southern Africa as well. A lovely bird. Very cool to see them. Nice I've got so close into them. We're going to come back out because I still think there are a few of them coming through and landing. And it's actually just awesome watching how they kind of descend upon the waterhole. They really have taken over. And just a special scene. Not something you get to see every day. It's something to cherish. Hi, Ralph. And that's an interesting question. I'm going to have to check for you. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But Ralph wanting to know what the collective of stork is. And it is actually a muster of storks, or phalanx of storks. It kind of does look like a phalanx right now, if you consider. Actually quite a cool collective name, the phalanx of storks. Or the muster, either or. Can also say a flight of storks, a troop of storks as well. But for myself, I think I prefer the muster or the phalanx of storks. But if you've got a preference, do let us know. I think phalanx is probably the most apt at the moment. So it really is fantastic. And Nadine also saying that she's never seen so many storks in a gathering like this, or a phalanx or muster such as this. It really is rather special. So when we do see Adam storks, generally in a flock, but this is a rather large flock as well. Clearly benefiting from all the rain and the invertebrates that are now out and about here in Etosha. Hi Starbuck, yes, really inundated with the storks at the moment. So as I said, I'm just leaving our view here for now. I want to see if more actually descend upon us. So there are a few of them that are foraging about, and we'll have a look. Interesting also with storks is that they don't have any kind of vocal cord or vocal box that has developed, so they are pretty much mute. They do obviously use their bills, they do click a bit, and they will make a very, very soft noise, but they don't have maybe any developed organs for really true kind of squawking. Just an interesting fact about storks. As I said, I had a feeling they might get spooked and fly away, and what a scene really, just watching all of those storks fly off like that. And they will come back, so we're going to sit here again and we'll watch as they kind of come back to land. So look at that, really fantastic. And everyone kind of getting spooked at the moment. Really stunning scene. So this happened a few times yesterday, and then they did come back and land. So we'll just watch and see. Nadine saying maybe something is stalking them. And that is quite possible. I do think it's one of the springbok or something that probably just flushed them like that. You can see the springbok coming into view now, and that lovely silhouette as well. The very still Okukuya water hole now, the surface at least. Really such a scene. Fantastic to be able to watch this. And here we go, starting to land again. So I'm just going to position the camera a little bit more to the right. What a scene. Very cool indeed. And I think with them being a bit more dispersed like that, I think a number of them will forage as well now. But kind of all over the place, really, throughout the Kalkriet. So really special. Lovely to see that. All those storks flying about like that. Looks like the sun is slowly starting to push through some of the cloud cover. I can't be sure. So it looks like the storks have kind of settled down again. I'm going to try and get a better look at that springbok now that it's close. Having a little drink, it seems. More than likely going to forage through little devil thorn flowers. It's yellow. So 2 springbok that are here. That little carpet of yellow that's just off to the left of them. Really awesome to watch as well. So, a relaxing drink at the moment. The Egyptian geese aren't around yet right now, because I'm sure they would voice their displeasure at having the springboks about. Perhaps chasing 1 or 2 of them. But that probably could happen again. It sounds like something might have disturbed the storks again. We're going to zoom back out. So focus is currently on these 3 springbok at the moment. We will check in again with the Adam Storks just now. Fantastic to see them as they got flushed and then flying around the waterhole and of course descending upon us once again. But another awesome scene playing out here. Springbok going for the little flowers. Also rather relaxed at the moment. Hi Grace, thanks for your question, and it really does depend on the day, with it being a bit overcast at the moment. And it is rather cool. There isn't much wind either, so I do think the springbok numbers will increase. They do tend to prefer feeding in that while it is cooler, so they do focus their energies then on foraging and going about in the early hours of the morning, and of course then as it starts to cool off in the evening as well. They will also graze throughout the night. Browse too, they are mixed feeders. But it really does depend on the day. It does depend on how much water is around as well. And of course how much vegetation is around for everything else to take. And that being particular for the herbivores. Of course there are a number of predators around as well. Tasha has a very large lion population of around 750 lions. But we do have quite a bit of action at the moment, so clearly it's a good day today. However, it's also a good day as across in Madikwe, and we're off to see what's going on with Ben and Igor and their waterhole.
Well, Alex, we've got a pretty good lion population here as well, so hopefully we can find you some lions at some point today, but we'll see what is on offer. But we have another elephant, as expected, who's come to join us here at Melarani Pan, but a much younger one than the one we were watching before. Probably a good metre shorter, so I would think probably very much a teenager, this one. A little bit young, perhaps, to be completely on his own. He may have been one of those 2 we were looking at from distance before, but it's hard to tell. We can sort of see so far because we're at a slightly raised area. I can actually just realise I can see another one. They must be about 1 kilometre away from us, I would think. But this is a youngster, and they are solitary as they move into their more mature sort of teenage years, but often found in association with a couple of older animals, just sort of showing them the ropes, as it were, in the elephant world. But this one has just appeared out of the bushes as if by magic, and will probably disappear very soon after he's had a drink. But let's watch him for a little while. See a few oxpeckers also on the dam wall there at the back. But they will not be on the elephant. Elephants do not tolerate oxpeckers. This one is choosing to not go directly for the pipe, interestingly enough, but as I said earlier, it is a very shallow pan, this one, and therefore being constantly topped up. And we have had a lot of rain, it's probably overflowed and constantly being restocked with nice water. So I would imagine all of this is pretty good to drink. I think, Igor, if we get thirsty, we could probably top up our water bottles in there. It's a lovely silhouette when elephants drink. You get that lovely curl in the trunk. There we go. Beautiful. Lots of activity of doves behind him as well. I'm not sure what's going on there. Lots of laughing doves and ring-necked doves all over. Yeah, probably having a little feed fest in there, probably some seeds. Perhaps all these elephants walking in and out knock off a lot of the grass seeds, which is one of the main diet of the doves, which they are benefiting from. See the doves flitting around. It's a little bit unusually, perhaps. Dylan, I couldn't have put it better myself, and I think it's a wonderful name for this facet of Wild Earth, because we are doing exactly that for you guys sitting at home, doing whatever it is that you're doing. This is a wonderful escape to get away from the rat race and all of the world's problems and our own individual problems. Just sit back, relax, and watch these incredible animals just going around their daily business. There is something incredibly soothing, something incredibly relaxing about just sitting quietly and watching these animals just do their thing, unaffected by all of the trials and tribulations that we do like to lump on ourselves. Bills and taxes and education and work and houses and everything else. The life of an animal is a lot more simple. A little bit rawer, certainly, but a lot less complicated as a rule. Oh, he's going for the pipe. Like a dog wagging his tail. I guess that means he's happy. I don't think that translates to elephant body language as well, but why not? I'd also be happy if I had a whole dam of fresh water to myself. Sorry, excuse me, everybody. I apologise for the strange noise coming out of my throat. I did have a little bite of breakfast before you came back to us, so see, just my body thanking me for it. Sorry you all had to share that. Actually strangely narrow when you see an elephant sort of directly head on, or particularly from the back. They're not as wide as you might think they are in comparison to other animals. Believe it or not, for example, a rhino is wider than an elephant, generally speaking, although you wouldn't think it by looking at the two of them. But they certainly make up for that in height. I was saying a little earlier how tall they can be if you actually do meet one face to face. We see a lot of them in vehicles. And obviously with the sort of staggered seating in most of the game viewers these days, you kind of lose the true perspective of just how big a big adult bull is. Remember, this is not a particularly large individual. He's still quite young. But I often like to do as a sort of a demonstration. If you imagine you were holding a broom And if an elephant was stood in front of you and he had his ears spread and he'd lifted his head very, very high up to look intimidating, because they'll make themselves look as big as possible. If he was standing right in front of you, I'm not the tallest person in the world, about 5'10", 5'11". I'm not quite sure what that translates to in centimeters and meters. I think about 178 or something. But I could stand in front of an elephant, have my arm raised above me, holding a broomstick from one end, and still not even touch its chin. And then you've still got another good meter of head above that. So it really is a magnificently large animal. Oh, we've got a herd coming to join us. Fantastic. See more elephants just appearing as if by magic out of the bushes. Hopefully we get some youngsters having a play around. So I wouldn't be surprised if this young boy is associated with these two. He probably got a little bit impatient, decided I'm going to get to the water before the rest of the family and benefit from it, before all the little ones bring chaos. How awesome is this? Look at that. Babies. Who doesn't love baby elephants? Hopefully we'll get to watch some of their antics in a moment. It'll be interesting to see if this young male gets displaced by an adult female at the pipe as well. This is exactly why we came to Madarani Pan. Everybody said this is a good spot for elephants. And it seems that they were correct. There, I think there's a little bit of pecking order there. The young boy has moved away from the prime pickings of the freshwater pipe, taken over by one of the females. And now he's getting chased away. Bree, I wouldn't expect sort of what we would consider traditional wallowing to occur here, because elephants like to wallow in the mud because it gets stuck to their skin and it helps to keep them cool. It's a bit like you and I having a mud pack, if you like that sort of thing. And it's not really deep enough for them to swim in, and it's a bit difficult for an elephant to sort of lie down and roll around. It's easier in deeper water because of the buoyancy factor. So they may get in and paddle in it, but I wouldn't expect them to wallow, because it's got I'm assuming it has a concrete base. So there is no sort of benefit in terms of getting any of the mud stuck on the body there. Shame this youngster who was drinking is kind of standing off to one side. He's been bullied out of the area now. He knows his place, this youngster. And there's a decent sized bull having a drink as well. You can see him towering over the rest of them. I don't see any sign of him being in must though, which is normally what you would expect if there was a big adult bull with a group. So potentially just a related to one of these females and perhaps just paying a visit. But you can clearly see the difference in size between a male and a female now. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if some of the youngsters get in and start playing. I've got one or two standing in there now. What a stunning scene, everybody, hey? Nadine, I refuse to believe that your view is better than mine currently. Not quite the same when it's on a screen, Nadine, but well played. And those three little ones there, you've got sort of three concentric sizes of elephant. Small, medium and large. I hope our ambient mic is picking up some of the splishing and the splashing. There's two little ones that are kind of being blocked off from view for us, tiny little ones who are just reaching over the lip and having a drink there. Very, very cute, but they're sort of blocked off from our view, I think, by... Oh, you've got one of them at least there. How cute. I so want a baby elephant. A bit more elephant yoga going on, having a bit of a stretch. Looks like that might be about it. So it's strange, elephants don't tend to hang around in water, as I said earlier. You can see it looks like they finished, and already what I assume to be the matriarch leading the way is moving away from the water, and the rest of them will follow suit very, very quickly. All the different sizes of elephant. And then we've got the big male here who is, say, probably in his 20s, playing as a little cameo visit. And again, you can just see how much bigger than the female as he is. But he is not here for breeding purposes, so there is no sign of any must. We don't see any temporal streaming from the forehead. There's no urine leaking or hormones leaking from the penile sheath. He's just obviously just paying a visit. So the fact that he's being tolerated, I would imagine, say he is offspring, previous offspring of one of the females within this group. You can actually almost see he's going off kind of in his own little direction as well compared to the rest now. Heather, you are most welcome, and I'm glad you've enjoyed it. It really is special. We are so lucky, and the knowledge that we can bring this into your homes or your wherever you may be makes it even more special for us. Good things should be shared. Nice little family portrait. Interesting, half of the herd seems to have disappeared and the rest is here, so it makes me wonder whether this is two herds that come together. Often you'll find that if you might have two sisters, for example, who have two different herds, it's not unheard of, if you excuse the pun, or potentially related matriarchs that have their own herds. So perhaps one herd has moved off and this is the other family group staying behind. I know down in Pongola Nature Reserve, where I've spent a little bit of time doing some trips with students and things down there, they've got two herds of elephants and if I remember correctly, the two matriarchs are sisters, but they have their own herds and they often come together because of those joint genetics. Particularly close to my heart because the names of those two individuals, one is Antares and the other is Betelgeuse, which of course are the names of two of the red supergiant stars up in the sky, Antares in Scorpius and Betelgeuse in Orion. There's a lot of monitoring of elephants that is done down there, and they were actually introduced back into that area a few years ago by a wildlife vet. Actually, he wanted to return elephants to that area, and there was a lovely documentary done, I think it was by the BBC actually, all about their relocation and preparing the reserve for the return of the elephants. So we've got another bull coming to join us from the back. Locking of tusks going on. The rest of the herd seems to have moved off, and we are just stuck now with well, not stuck, but some of the teenagers left behind, causing trouble, up to a little bit of mischief as always. The stance of this one on the right as if to say, this is my waterhole, you will not have a drink. Looks like that's it, time to head off. And that other male who came in didn't even have a drink. The other male who was with the herd sort of went to greet him, and they can be seen just sort of in the distance now. I see one herd crossing the road in the background, and just as before, we are left with an empty waterhole until the next group. How about that for a size comparison? Spectacular. And all done with very quiet. There was no vocalizations at all. MC, I think the name was Harris. Harris, if it's not Harris, but if your name sounds like Harris, then I hope that's close enough. How often do they need to drink water? Well, obviously it depends on the temperature, and it depends on how much moisture there is in the Harris, it does sound like Harris, I hope that is correct. It depends how much vegetation or water there is in the vegetation that they are eating, but generally speaking, elephants will drink more than once a day. Say requirements, I'm not sure for youngsters and for females. Most of the statistics are about the big bulls, but say somewhere between 120 to 150 litres of water every day is sort of the standard requirement for an elephant, but as I said, that will vary depending on environmental factors and their diet, which is a lot of water. I mean, even ourselves, and we're all guilty of this, but even humans are supposed to, on an average day, even if it's not super hot, we should be drinking around about 6 litres of water a day. Which sounds like a lot, but over the course of 24 hours, it's not too bad. And then there were none, pretty much. Oh, no. Oh, is this a new group coming in? Or is this the same group that have done an about turn? I'm not sure. I was too busy watching the other ones. No, it looks like they're coming to the water as well. An endless stream of elephants at Malarani Pan. Linda, yes, it does. Lots of elephants, and lots of warthogs, and lots of zebras, it seems. But plenty of elephants. But it's weird, you can still go down. I think yesterday we were out for about, well, close to 8 hours, and I think I only remember seeing 2 or 3 elephants, and yet today we have probably seen, from when we first left, because we unfortunately don't have any signal sort of in and around where we're actually staying at the lovely Jackie's Lodge. So we have to drive out a few kilometres before we can pick up some signal to send you guys these beautiful photos or these beautiful images. But I would think today we've seen probably already 50 to 60 individuals now. Luck of the draw. But it's such a big area, we are talking about somewhere in the region of 70,000 hectares. And it does support a very healthy population of elephants. All jostling for position to try and get closest to the pipe for the fresh water. So you're gonna just giggling. This male was being slightly inappropriate. He had used his trunk to have a good sniff of the, should we say, the hind quarters of that female having a drink. He's going to do the same thing, just working his way across the group. And then you can see he's just touching that dung down there. That was deposited by a male that we saw here about an hour ago. So again, just picking up information of who has been around. Female was not too happy with that. He just gave her a little nudge and she lost her balance. I think he's going to bully this youngster out of the way as well. It's fascinating to watch the little interactions in such a close-knit family unit. If you really just sit and watch, it's fascinating to see how they all interact with each other. Hello, young boy. I thought you might come and investigate. Some of these, particularly these young males, can be quite curious towards the vehicles, and they like to come and flex their muscles a little bit. He's given us one or two little glances. I thought maybe he would come and entertain us for a while, but it seems not. Looking at his size, he's probably around about 3 to 4 years of age, I would think, but I don't see any tusks popping out yet, which normally happens around about that time, or that age. Christopher, thanks very much for the question, and everybody, please do keep them coming. Well, generally speaking, an elephant's tusks kind of never really stop growing. So the older the elephant, in theory, the bigger the tusks. But sort of full maturity is reached by around about 35 years, 40 years of age. By then the elephant is sort of, we're talking about males obviously, but has kind of reached its full bulk, or they may continue to grow a little bit. So I would say, to be really sure how big that tusk is going to get, you're going to be looking at perhaps 35 to 40 years of age. Unfortunately, we do not see very many of those what are sort of termed big tuskers anymore, and that's just genetic loss because of hunting over the years, where all of the large tusked elephants have been hunted out, so those genetics have not been passed on, which is a real shame. But I always say it's a bit like if we, it's a rather extreme example, but if we, let's euphemistically say, removed everybody over 6 foot in height, within a few generations the average height of the population would be a lot less, because those genetics have been removed from the population. But I would say, to be sure, 40 onwards, but they do say sort of continuously grow, but they are also, because they're in regular use from fighting and from feeding, they do sort of get not stunted, that's the wrong word, but sort of kept in check perhaps by sort of general usage. Someone's putting his periscope up and spraying water over everybody. And then of course you also get one-tusked elephants. Sometimes you see elephants with no tusks. Interestingly, in Indian elephants, it's only the males that have tusks. No female Indian elephants have tusks.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
Excuse the strange noises coming from my throat. I'm not sure what's going on today. Destroying the ambience of the moment. Okay, it looks like somebody's given the word, and that might be it for socialization and drinking time. King Kong, I think that was the name I got. Well, it's all done again through pheromones, really. When a female elephant, or an elephant cow as we should say, comes into estrus, comes into heat, she will give off a scent which will permeate through the air, and any other male sort of within the near vicinity will pick up on that. If he's not already in must, which is the male elephant's reproductive state, that sort of heightened levels of testosterone, it may well stimulate him to come into must, and then he will track down that female, and then as musting elephants that are trying to hone in on that smell come into contact with one another, they will compete, sometimes forcefully, other times just as a show of respect. Quite simply put, a larger elephant will dominate a smaller elephant, and the smaller one will not even, generally speaking, try his luck. He will just defer and go the other way, and potentially even just come out of must because of that. Two equally matched elephants may well fight. The winner will continue on. And then ultimately the idea of this is that the biggest and strongest and most dominant elephant will be the one who sort of ends up at the herd, and then he will try and seduce the female, and eventually she is likely to relent if she is happy with his status and his I don't want to say attributes, but if she is happy enough with him, then she will allow him to mate. But that's sort of the same in a lot of the animal kingdom. There's a lot of competition between males. That is the whole point, if you will, of animal life, is to proliferate your genetics and pass on your genes to the next generation. So most what we call intraspecific competition, so competition between animals of the same species, happens between either over territories or males trying to establish mating rights. And remember that a lot of territories are held in order to facilitate mating as well. So everything ultimately comes down to that goal to pass on one's genetics. I thought the family group was going to move off. Some of them have moved off, but some of the others have decided, nope, this is far too nice a spot. Interestingly, I've just seen there are some zebras sort of waiting in the wings, just on the edge of the sickle bush, and I think are just waiting for a clear path through. Once the elephants move off, I would imagine the zebras will come and also have a drink. Might be the same group that got chased away from the water about an hour ago, but there's been a steady stream of elephants since then. And see them waiting patiently in the tree line there for a gap. Little vocalization you may have heard was just the elephants chatting to one another, possibly the oldest female there saying to the other ones, come on, it's time to go, because that has caused a few of them sort of to come together now. Yep, I think that was a summons, so come on everybody, time to move on. Although in fairness, it wasn't sort of the characteristic rumble that you'd normally hear. If anything, I think it was possibly a youngster. He had his head up and looking into the distance, maybe thought he heard or smelt something. And it was almost a distress noise, and you can see how they've now become very compacted there and very sort of stuck together. The little ones have joined in with the adults, so maybe that was a sort of a response elicited to what was perceived as possibly a danger noise. And everybody came together very quickly for safety. Apparently we're all coming back again. We do have a tendency to sit here and think we understand elephant behaviour because we've watched them before, but they don't all read the textbooks, and they're all different. They all have their own individual personalities. We will never truly understand what's going on, but just watching them is part of the fun. Alright, well, we are going to continue seeing what we can find today. We may move on at some point and try a new area. In the meantime, let's send you over to Tess, who's down in the Eastern Cape in Amakhala.
Thank you, Ben. I really think that you would enjoy this area of the country. It is so different, and there's just so much to see. And now we're seeing my first up-close Cape buffaloes at Amakhala. We saw a herd crossing through the thickets yesterday, but from far, far, far away. And now this is the first time I'm getting to appreciate some Cape buffaloes down in the Eastern Cape, up close and personal in many, many years. Now it looks like they are trying their best to find shade, but you can see it's not going very well. This young male's head is in the shade, but the rest of his body is very much in the sun. It must be very hot out there without any shade. Now we're up to about 32 degrees Celsius at the moment, so it's scorchingly hot for such an early start to the morning. We're really building up to that high of about 34 or 35. So this is normally the time when you'd find Cape buffaloes in particular settling down for the day. Hopefully there's water close by. I think there is. And definitely time for them to start chewing the cud. Predominantly grazers, that buffalo is busy chewing everything that he ate earlier this morning. He brings it back up, chews it, and then swallows it again. This time of the year, he doesn't really need to supplement his diet with much. He doesn't need to go for leaves or anything. But in the super dry season, you might actually find buffaloes feeding on some leaves just to give a bit of extra nutrient.
So sadly, we did just lose Tess there, and we will be back with her again shortly. However, we are enjoying these lovely Adam stalks that are around here at the moment. We've got a wildebeest as well that has come through. So that wildebeest bull that has been around, of course, trying to set up his own territory. And lovely to have them around. I'm going to get a closer look to the wildebeest. I do think he'll push off at some stage, so don't drink for too long. Really, just a lovely scene with all those Adam stalks. Definitely over 100. And a special thing to see. I have a lovely silhouette with the wildebeest right now. One or two springbok as well in the distance. And you'll notice the Adam stalks also foraging around, moving about, picking up any insects that might be in their path. And the wildebeest bull slowly starting to move away. But fantastic to see him. Hopefully also getting closer to the camera at some point. And we'll get a nice look at him then too. So we're just enjoying a quiet scene at the moment. We're going to just follow this wildebeest as he moves off. Lovely to see him. really quite pleasant. Lovely just to listen and take it all in. Of course, we've got that phalanx of the Adams storks here as well. Kind of like a wall of them right now. Really cool to see. Here comes another to land. So it's always awesome to watch some different behavior going on. Currently we've got the wildebeest dust bathing, rolling around in that little sandy patch over there. Something that they do, but nice to see it. Here in Okukuyo, of course, another interesting thing for us to watch this morning. But it has been a fantastic day. Of course, you are with myself, Alex, here in Okukuyo, and we are escaping to nature. But, we've been in Amakhala and across in Madikwe. Some lovely scenes this morning. Giraffes in Amakhala, elephant in their numbers in Madikwe, and of course currently inundated with Adams storks, our wildebeest and some impala. Also been with Nick and Karicha. So we've had a very action-packed full start to Saturday. But nice just to watch this dust bathing going on. I think the wildebeest might start to get up soon. But quite cool watching it nonetheless. Also have lots of dove audio at the moment. A couple of spur files still about in the area. And really just enjoying this wildebeest having his dust bath. So of course doing that to kind of remove any ectoparasites that might be on it as well. Clearly a lovely way to relax for the wildebeest. So awesome, just to sit here and watch what's going on. I'm going to zoom back out again though, to see if anyone else isn't approaching. Someone different, but we have already had 3 mammals here today. Although we did have to view the impala at some distance. Actually, maybe just leaving it here for now, just to watch that wildebeest as he plays in the dust. Hi, Lorraine. Yes, I did just allude to the one. Of course, using that dust to kind of help manage any ectoparasites that might be on this wildebeest's skin or on his coat. And the ectoparasites I'm referring to would perhaps be mites or even ticks that are around. So helping to kind of suffocate them by rolling around. But also using that also leave his scent around. So any other wildebeest that would come through would also be able to pick on that. It can be territorial as well, or they are territorial as well, these brindle gnu's. So not only doing this, but also using or making use of a midden as well. As I said, very interesting and cool to watch something different. It's not all the time we do see these wildebeest dust bathing around us, generally grazing or drinking. So something cool to watch. And of course, made even more special with all these Adam storks. So lovely to have one or two foraging around. Of course, awesome just to have the numbers that we do have here as well. So just special, nice just to hang here because there's a little bit of action as we've noted. Of course, the springbuck all moving around up against the tree line, but also throughout the foreground too. So nice to have them here. Of course, nice to have all the activity with us. So our wildebeest has got up, but unfortunately we're just having to listen to someone's alarm going off. Must be there in the car park here. It has fortunately gone away. Of course, this is the main camp in Etosha at Okukuyo. It is obviously a tourist camp as well, so we do have to deal with that every now and then as well. But still, idyllic scenes. There's a sleeping or resting springbok here just to the left-hand side of the wildebeest. He is obviously up. He's stopped dust bathing. We've got a couple of foraging storks about, and the rest kind of taking it easy for now. A little bit of audio from the Egyptian geese and some grazing springbok up towards the tree line. A few weavers also calling around now. And really lots of bird life throughout the course of the day. We've got lovely European bee-eaters calling. Looks like some swifts or swallows to some degree. Even martins flying around. Tough to ID. They do fly rather fast. And of course, they're in a stationary cam. So tough to pick them out. But they do also take water off the surface. We don't have much wind today either, which is quite cool. Perhaps a little bit of precipitation later on, maybe even into the evening. That remains to be seen. That's still just cool. So it looks like back to dust bathing. The wildebeest is gone. So as I said, very cool to see. Nice to watch. Awesome just to sit back and relax and watch some natural behavior. Very cool. What I'm going to do though is zoom out. I'll try to pick up and see if anyone else has come through. Without that wind, very, very glassy top to the Okukuyo waterhole. And it looks like some of that cloud cover burning off. Just having a look to see, of course, we've got some springbok that are getting rather close. While that wildebeest is dust bathing, I think we'll spend some time there because it's nice to have someone different. And then we'll spend some time with the springbok. That's awesome just to be able to see how many of the Adams storks are around. They've taken over that entire western part of the waterhole. And that is really quite cool. So something spooked the Adams storks, and really just awesome seeing how they all flutter on like that. Of course, causing a bit of a stir as well with that wildebeest too. And clearly the Egyptian geese aren't happy either. I'm going to zoom back out and let's just have a look to see what else is going on. Looks like the geese are on the right-hand side of us. And it looks like a tawny eagle has come through. And that is what is causing all the havoc at the moment with the storks and the geese. It doesn't look like the eagle has taken anything. I think predominantly here for a drink, but the geese definitely not happy about it. Let's just see. Oop, it has flown off. So nothing in its talons there. I think coming through for some water, but quite clearly the geese showing their displeasure. We'll have to count the goslings though just now, but it didn't look like anything was in the eagle's talons. It's gone here to this stump here. We'll just have to watch and see. The tawny eagle. And clearly that is what has caused all the fuss and commotion with the Adam storks as well. The alarm calling of the Egyptian geese going off right now. I do think rather coming for a drink more than anything else. Off we go again. I'm not too sure if we'll see it for some time. But lovely to see a bird of prey. We haven't seen one here for a while. The tawny eagles do come here and drink at times. There's a Cape crow that's calling in the background as well now. Little springbuck. Let's just see if that has awoken wildebeest. Adam stork slowly starting to come down. There is the Egyptian geese family. Try and get a closer look and just count the goslings. But quite clearly nothing in the tawny eagle's talons, and all 6 of them are there. But really not impressed. You can hear those Egyptian geese, or the one at least, I think perhaps the male, letting everyone know about what has just happened. And I'm sure that Adam storks will come back down shortly, so we'll just wait to see what goes on with them. But enjoy this scene for now. Something interesting though going on. There's always something different going on anywhere. Always just about keeping your eyes peeled and ears to the ground. Hi, Montana. Thank you very much for your question. A very good one. Montana wants to know what is the difference between a tawny eagle and a snake eagle. And I think it's probably best to chat about the brown snake eagle and the tawny eagle for now, at least, because they would look quite similar, at least to that one we just saw. Tawnies do have different morphs. Of course, there are different species of snake eagles as well. Tawny eagle being one of the true eagles. And really one of the key differences is how their feathers extend down to their legs, or down their legs. On a snake eagle, they do not have feathers on their legs. They have a bare leg. So that would be the core difference. In size, they're about pretty similar in size. Different shape to the head. A snake eagle got more of a round head. And the tawny eagle, obviously, rather sharp bill, less of a round head. Tawny eagles found in throughout a very large area in the world. So across through into the Asian subcontinent, into India as well. Brown snake eagle being kind of found in Africa, so Southern Africa into East Africa as well. And in terms of the flight, when a brown eagle does fly, there's white under those wings as well. So a brown chest, but those primary feathers on the wings underneath being white. Also with a bit of a crest. So those are the primary differences between the tawny and the brown snake eagle. also one of the oldest living tawnies that that's been documented, was roughly recorded at around 50 years of age, which is incredibly old for an eagle. Noted that the average lifespan the other day of a martial eagle, for example, is around 15 years. So rather incredible when you do think about that. And that bird, that tawny I did mention, was a wild bird as well. So just incredible. But obviously able to live and exist in a wide variety of area, as I said, from Southern Africa all the way across into India at least as well, even towards the steppes. So that would be like Russian area really, if you geographically were to look at it, or Mongolia and even Russia. So a massive distribution. I do enjoy this name, the scientific name of the tawny eagle, Aquila rapax. Very cool name. So the wildebeest seems quite content, I think, resting up at the moment while he does that. Let's zoom back out. The Egyptian geese still going nuts. I think this eagle might be back here. Let's just have a look. No, it is Adam Stork. He is here drinking springbuck. So a very cool scene also, just with the two silhouettes. Kind of looks like they've doubled up. Hi Nelly, yes, that mirror effect, the silhouette that is coming off the surface of the waterhole right now really is stunning. It looks like all the Adam Storks are coming back in. So I'm going to zoom back out, because I do want to track where they land. I think a little bit off to the right of us, but I'm sure coming back towards the waterhole as well. Looks like everyone kind of dispersing at the moment. Just watching what's going on. It looks like all of the storks are coming back to land. So we're going to sit here for now and just watch as they descend upon us again. Very cool to see. You can see those Egyptian geese scooting about as well. But the Adam Storks clearly happy to come back and land again. And lovely to watch as their numbers start to swell again now too. So what we're doing is we've sat back or zoomed back out. The wildebeest is still there. Of course, the stir that the tawny eagle did create meant that it did flush all the Adam storks, and they are coming back to land. So we're watching it from a distance as their numbers swell and enjoying just a special scene at the moment. Hi Kelly, thanks for your question, and it is man-made, and just here you'll see kind of a little square shape of the concrete there, and that's where the fresh water is actually pumped. So it's maintained, and there's a pumped water hole. So just for those of you out there that happen to have any unique or jaw-dropping or beautiful wild animal sightings, and if you do want to share them with us for user-generated content, we'd love to be able to use them on the Wild Earth platforms, and in return you can earn money, win prizes, and obviously see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you want to, please head across to our website, click on the content creator, and find out more. And the website then being wildearth.tv/content. So if you happen to have any fantastic, unique, jaw-dropping sightings that you may have recorded over time, and you do want them to be put on any of our platforms, of course, stand a chance of winning prizes, earning money, as well as being shown in the credits, do apply and do get that sent through. It's always fantastic seeing what does go on in the wild world. And of course, there are many unique things that happen all the time. So if you are someone that does have access to wonderful things, of course, do get those things through. Really stunning watching all these storks coming back and descending down onto us again. Lovely watching the numbers swell. Space Inc., thank you very much for your question. And just as a point of interest, right now we're probably where we have the highest number of birds within the year here in Okakuya, because we have all the migrants that are through as well. These Adam storks are one of those, our intra-African migrants. Obviously the cuckoos as well, and a number of others. So there's an ebb and flow of birds throughout the course of the year, but there are a number of area specials as well. So things like Hartlib, Franklin or spurfowl, dusky sunbird, Bradfield's hornbill, Damara hornbill. Very good area for birds of prey, so different falcons as well. And there are roughly around 350 odd birds that do come through, and you do have the option or ability to see here in Etosha. So a number of little sandgrasses as well, the Namakwa, yellow-billed as well, birchills, with the yellow. And some very other special birds, Kori bustards, crimson-breasted shrike, northern black coron. Actually, jokes, there are around 410 bird species that have been identified in the park. There are roughly 35 raptor species. Very cool. Just to note. But of course, birds also frequent different areas, and there are different habitats within Etosha too. It's very good for flamingos as well within the salt pan. They do come through in rather large numbers. And of course, we were looking at one of the special ones right now, large flocks of Adam storks at times in the year too. As I said, a couple of very cool sunbirds as well. Dusky, I think, being one that I definitely would like to see. Even the copper as well is also here. So yellow-throated sandgrass, the Namakwa sandgrass, double-banded sandgrass, Burchell sandgrass, the Ludwig's bustard, the Rupel's bustard as well, white-quilled bustard too. Chestnut-banded plover. There are coursers as well found here too. Violet woodhoopoe from this area as well in Namibia. That is also very special. Montero's hornbill. There are lovebirds too. The Rupel's parrot would also be fantastic to see. African golden oriole. So really a number that are pretty cool and nice to see. Of course, with birding, you do have to go to a number of different areas to get them ticked off your list. And of course, be prepared to really look quite hard for a number of them too. Another one in the area that would be quite special would be a Herero chat. Well, wildebeest actually at the moment, changing subject, really content just to sit there in that sandy patch. the numbers of the stork still swelling. You can still see a number of them flying about and coming back down to land. Also notice the little grebe. It's kind of in the center of the waterhole at the moment, diving in and out. It's still just sitting here, enjoying the Adam storks as they come into land. So you'll notice that kind of landing gear pop out, those long legs of theirs. Really cool to watch this.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So still sitting here enjoying a very cool scene. Lots of the Adam storks coming down again, back to settling after the tawny eagle's presence. And we've still got that wildebeest resting over there, a number of springbok off in the distance as well. The Egyptian geese, I think, are also out of the water right now. It sounds like they are the ones splashing about. And still enjoying watching the numbers increase of the Adam storks. Hi, Megan. It really does depend on the species of stork. But for example, these ones here will breed above the equator when it is our winter here in southern Africa. So roughly around June, July, they will be breeding just above the equator between the Sahara and Sahel, or in that Sahel belt there, and migrating down here. Of course, white storks breed in Europe, England and Europe, and then migrate down here as well. Black storks will breed here too. Saddle-billed storks as well, yellow-billed, marabous, open-billed storks as well, all breeding here. So it really does depend on the species of the storks. But just for example, there are actually 19 species of those storks. There's one found in Australia. We have a number, obviously, that migrate down to here. They're around, it's actually about 20 species, really, of stork. And then there are also 3 species of stork that occur in kind of the New World. So in ornithology, we talk of the New World as the Americas. So that would be North, Central, and South America. 3 species there. 1, of course, in Australia. And the other 16 then found from or throughout Africa, Europe, into Asia. Those being the Old World storks. So it's really awesome watching how those numbers have really swelled. There's still more coming in. So lots of action. Looks like the wildebeest is back on his feet. You can just see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So over 100 storks that are with us at the moment, and it just really doesn't seem to stop. The action is continuing. And really spectacular to watch this. Definitely not something you see every day, and really rather privileged to be able to witness this right now, and something we're going to be spending some time with. So it's been fantastic, really special watching as all of these storks kind of flew away from that tawny eagle, and now of course coming back down to join us. That number swelling and seems to be getting bigger. While we sit here and monitor this, it's time for us to check in with Nick in Kariega and see what's going on with him.
Right, welcome back to Kariega. We managed to get ourselves a lovely elephant bull. Temperature has definitely increased a lot. You can see from the bushes it's very windy as well. It's not a bad plan for this elephant to have a little bit of a mud bath. Looks like a female here on the left with a little youngster, and this other one it looks like is a bigger bull. So you can see the rounded forehead of the one on the right hand side, telling us that that is most likely a bull. You can see he's much taller as well. Remember, in terms of the structure of the forehead, the males will have that more rounded forehead and the females will have more of an angle type of forehead. Male definitely showing us that he's a male there. All out for show today. So you can see they've thrown a little bit of mud over themselves, and then there's a lot of looser kind of clayey soil here. Shaly soil almost. Let me correct myself. So we might see them throw a little bit of that over themselves. Remember, that's going to help to protect their skin from the sun. And in these windy conditions, I'm sure wind can definitely give sunburn as well. I mean, a lot of us have been to beaches and things like that before, and maybe it's been an overcast day, but it's been quite windy, and you know that that definitely has an impact on us. So these elephants definitely doing what they can to protect their skin from the sun. Throwing mud over themselves like that is not only going to protect their skin from the sun, but also from parasites. Think of like little ticks and things like that. You can see that an elephant does have a lot of textured skin. So lots of areas where ticks could potentially tap in and latch on. So we can obviously see the male with his fifth member out there. Obviously we've talked about there being a female here. So that male is, he's not getting sexually aroused by this female. We saw him lifting his tail there as well. So he's more than likely just wanting to go to the toilet there. That's why his member is out for show. And just like we were mentioning, a little bit of sand bathing, a little bit of dust bathing going on here. Lovely little bit of behavior to watch here. You can see how this female squawk is coming out quite often here. Like we said, it's very windy today, so she's just obviously analysing the whole sense. It looks like she's going to move off here. The water hole is behind her. zoomed out all the way that I can go. So I apologize if I'm dropping off the legs over here. So she's going right next to the vehicle. Wow, this is incredible. Just stopped. She's probably just thinking about her next move, where she wants to turn. In front of her 5 meters is a dense thicket, and you can see the road continues down to her left, so she's more than likely just thinking about what her next move is going to be from here. Look at all those different textures like we were talking about. It's absolutely incredible. She's not more now than sort of 6 meters, 7 meters away from the car. Very close. But you can see she's still very relaxed at the same time. Obviously very comfortable with us if she's now actively feeding like that. Remember the predominance of biome here. There's a lot of Albany thicket biome, so a lot of dense foliage like we can see here. So for the elephants, they'll do a lot more browsing really than pulling out of grasses and grazing. Remember, they can eat both leaves, twigs, branches and grasses. Right, well, she looks to potentially head off and do a little bit of feeding. I think let's take you back across to Djuma with Alex.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, we are here in Djuma, and we are with a juvenile martial eagle. And you'll hear the Egyptian geese also alarming here. And very cool. And this individual has been around for a few days now. Very cool to see. It will take around 7 years or so for this eagle to get to maturity. Unfortunately, they're not the most long-lived of eagles. They're very big. The largest eagle in Africa, the 5th largest eagle in the world. And as I said, taking roughly 7 years for them to reach maturity. An average lifespan of around 15 years or so in the wild. But very large territories. They can roam an area of up to 150 kilometers squared and in pairs. Obviously very, very endangered, and they need all the help they can get. Really special birds, taking a number of different prey, obviously being very large eagles, taking impala, steenbok, and a number of things as well. So of course, very efficient hunters, very strong talons. Those talons could break your arm if one was to land on you and you didn't have the right equipment on yourself. Also one of the fastest eagles when they are hunting. They swoop down on their prey. So incredibly quick as well. But very impressive, and you can see how big that bill is as well, that beak of theirs. Obviously causing a lot of destruction when they need to, but those talons really are the business end of this bird and able to really inflict a lot of damage. Just a special scene. While this eagle is perched here, we're definitely going to spend some time with it. Not all too often that we do get to watch eagles very close up like this. Any bird, really. So good just to keep tabs on it. Another eagle calling as well in the distance. A little bit windy, but a lovely scene like this means we will try our best to keep on this bird. Still just enjoying our martial eagle that is kind of surveying the land at the moment. No doubt considering what items could be on the menu for it today. Of course, very efficient hunters as well. So interesting just to watch it. Lovely to see the martial eagle. As it matures though, its head will go brown. Those wings obviously staying brown, and will have little brown spotches on its legs and chest area as well. That entire head will be brown at some point. So really quite special. Lovely just be able to switch off and just watch an eagle like this. Of course, just watching how it goes through, surveying the area. Fortunately, a little bit windy, but a lovely sighting nonetheless. Hi, Kelly. Most definitely they are able to do that. Of course, they do use the wind and thermals and things to their advantage. So things such as birds of prey, vultures as well, even storks, using those thermals then to raise above them, conserve energy as well. Of course, being adapted to flying, wind and gusts of wind can help them as well. So a lot of birds are adapted for exactly that purpose too. Harriers and the such doing exactly that as well. And a number of those seabirds too very adept at using winds to their advantage. Quite cool just watching that crest blow around in the wind at the moment. So one of the key identification points on a martial eagle is that crest. Of course, this is the juvenile. The adults also have those crests. Kind of looks like it's got sunglasses on there. Just that coloration around the eye. So really, while the bird is still here, this juvenile martial eagle, we are going to spend as much time as possible. It's not all the time we do get to see rare birds such as this, or rare birds of prey either. And also, pretty stationary as well in the tree. Birds obviously are notoriously hard to film or get footage of. So while we do have this option, definitely going to capitalize on it. Mindy, thanks very much for your question. I did touch on one or two of the points earlier, obviously being the largest eagle we would find in Africa. So the three largest eagles that we do find in southern Africa, though, indeed, are this martial eagle, the heaviest of those eagles being the crowned, and then the Veru, black eagle, that we do get. Of course, they all favor different terrain, though. This one being the largest in height. Of course, its diet is also rather interesting. So being able to take things to steenbok, even young impala. They do take the odd monkey here and there as well. Known to even take domestic animals too, so cats, even dogs. So really pretty cool. And of course, also their speed at which they hunt at as well, using that swooping technique. Very efficient hunters as well, but one of the faster eagles when they do hunt because of that swooping technique that they do use. Of course, has incredibly strong talons, strong enough to break an arm. And I suppose also the wide area that they would patrol in terms of their territories as well. As I said, our camera has gone back. I'll have to find and locate the eagle once again. Give me a second or so. Please do bear with me. Camera having a mind of its own there and resetting itself. Yeah, as Morgan was saying in my ear, making it a game, and a game indeed, because we were already zoomed in when I came across, so I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time just locating where the bird is in terms of the dead trees. There we go, found it. So the game has been won. But really, such an exquisite bird. Look at that. Very royal in the way that it stands there. I'll get us as close as possible as we can get into the bird as well. So that's as close as we're going to get for now, but still exquisite. Lovely to see. You can make out all the different identifying features on it right now. Of course, a true eagle, feathers all the way down to its ankle with talons. Obviously the sheer size, even though it is a juvenile, it's still a massive bird. A large wingspan as well, and that crest that's on it. So really cool. The wind kind of playing its part now at the moment, not being too gusty. But really, while we do have this bird around, we are going to spend as much time as possible with it. It's a lovely scene. Just be able to hear that other vocal as well. So really special. Lovely to be able to just sit back and relax. Enjoy birds of prey for what they are. This exquisite eagle that is with us right now. Really awesome. Just to sit back and enjoy a quiet moment. I'm sure it won't hang around for the longest of times. As I said, we're going to capitalize as best as possible and enjoy the sighting for what it is. Hi Tony, thanks for your question. And not necessarily on bones, but at carcasses, definitely. So battaliers sometimes go to carcasses as well as tawny eagles. Of course, they are opportunistic as well. So, if there is food available and they do have that ability to take that, why not? It means less energy to be spent. But primarily in this area, the birds that we would see on carcasses, at least out of the birds of prey here, and so not vultures, would be battalier and tawny eagles. There's a greenback Cameroptera calling now as well. Sounds like someone driving around too, but awesome just watching how this wind picks up that crest at the back of its head, and how it also flattens it too. So just awesome watching what's going on. Rather impressive bull. And of course being able to note how big those talons are. So enjoying quiet and intimate moments here with the juvenile Martial Eagle. Going to capitalize, as I said, definitely spending as much time as possible before this bird flies off. So it's not every day we are fortunate enough to see Martial Eagles, and of course one rather relaxed in a tree like this. So really quite cool. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to zoom back out for a moment. I just want to check to see if anyone else is around. We will come back and watch our eagle now. Hopefully it doesn't fly in that time. But a quick perusal to see if anyone else has snuck through. It doesn't look like anything is here. And back to the Martial Eagle we go. No one else wanting to come join us just yet. But yes, rather windy. It's still fantastic to be able to watch this eagle. I'm not too sure how much longer it's going to hang around for, but I do assume it's going to move off at some point. So the sun is breaking through the clouds at the moment. It's actually giving a lovely little insight to this, but also just coloration on the eagle. The light being rather awesome right now. Kind of really giving us those highlights. So fantastic to see that. Hi, Victoria. Thank you very much for your question. And it really does depend on the area because different birds are found in different areas. And I would say in this area, or actually a bit south of here, because I haven't yet to hear one here, and we do need a bit more of that riverine habitat and river course as well. But I do enjoy purple-crested Turacos, something that I grew up with that sound. So that is something that for me is quite nostalgic. I like the calls of green pigeons as well. Some of the doves too, sunbirds, I suppose a number of them. But as I say, it does depend on different areas that I'm in. I have different kind of specials for different areas. But I would say at least for the greater area here, so more south than this, on the Sabi River itself, purple-crested Turacos being one of my favorites. Black-headed orioles also cool to hear. I suppose a number of them, whatever resonates really with you and how you got into birding as well, would be calls that you kind of pick up on and remember. That woodlands kingfisher, always cool. Nice to note that summer is about when they are here. But as I said, very much an area specific to favorites with regards to bird calls. So I do kind of have my top draw birds for different areas. And we really are being treated right now. This is not something we would really be privileged enough to have every day. So it's fantastic just to be able to sit and watch. Of course, we are escaping to nature and immersing ourselves within it. So watching how this bird goes about, scanning the bushveld around it, really cool to watch. Nice behavior. It seems the wind is slowly calming down and it's allowing the birds to call a little bit. Of course, with the wind being rather gusty and quite hectic, the birds also will calm down with regards to that, because why waste energy calling if your call is going to get drowned out by the wind? So another tactic that birds would use then in terms of conserving energies for themselves. Hi, Kit Kat. Thank you very much for your question. And you'll notice that this bird, as I called out earlier, does have feathers down its leg. Kit Kat wanting to know why some birds do and why some birds don't. And one of the easiest ways to kind of distinguish between birds that do and don't is between the eagles. So true eagles having feathers all the way down their legs. And the snake eagles, for example, don't. So even Bateleurs then don't. And that has also got to do with function. So the function of those legs and what they also take then to eat. So that would be because they take snakes primarily. And it is then thought that because of those scalier legs, that it would help if a snake was trying to strike at those legs. Also fish eagles as well. And of course, if you think about what a fish eagle is primarily doing, fishing, it obviously doesn't make much sense then to have feathers down its leg, because that would obviously impair the function that it is obviously trying to use those talons and legs then for. So being a lot more streamlined. But, all fish eagles, and that's around the world, also have special kind of barbs on their feet and in their talons. And of course that aids with grip if you're trying to grip a slippery fish. And of course having those little barbs, bumps in your talons obviously going to help too. But that's with the birds of prey at least. If you look at other birds, so doves and the rest, they don't necessarily have feathers on that kind of portion of their legs. And, perching, kind of cruising around on the ground, little passerines and that, it also would aid also in terms of the foliage that they might be feeding in, also being able to perch. But primarily the best way to explain it with regards to birds with feathers that have down or go down their legs and that are then absent. We've just mentioned the fish eagles, the snake eagles, and of course this eagle, or the true eagles, having their feathers down the legs, and those other types of eagles not having it, and due to function. And what they would then primarily use their talons for, and the food that they would then take. Owls also don't have. Just interesting to note. So owls having kind of just a little bit higher, so kind of is like around their ankle then, and their talons are then free. So also feathered down there, and again helping with their flight. It would also just help to muffle that sound. Obviously, owls being stealth hunters, using that radar basically to pick up that hearing, pick up on little gerbils or mice, rats even. Fishing owls obviously going for fish. Some owls even taking out birds of prey. The Veru or giant eagle owl taking out other eagles as well at night too. So we don't have too much else going on here in Djuma. We are just spending time with this martial eagle. It is fantastic and splendid to be able to do this. And, of course, capitalizing as best we can on a rather rare bird. Looks like our controls are doing the dirty on us again. We'll go back. At least we do know where the eagle is now. Just having a look to see if anything's come out in the clearing here. Doesn't look like that is the case. So back to Martial Eagle. And the clouds slowly building here as well. So perhaps some rain later on today. Of course, all the rain that can be received or will fall, obviously an added bonus. So, still enjoying peaceful scenes here. Of course, the wind a bit blustery. Not too much else going on in the area. But going to just be capitalizing on a fantastic sighting while we can. As we said, not too sure when next we might be able to see this bird, or how long it might stay around even on this perch for the moment. So, just one of those things where it is advantageous for us just to sit and enjoy. So it'll be interesting to see when this bird does take off. It will use that wind to kind of peek up, but I do think it is trying to see if there's any food around as well. Of course, taking the opportunity to hunt if it can as well too. But really quite cool. It might hang around for a bit because those clouds are building up as well. So just interesting to watch what's going on. Hi, Lyra. It'll be interesting to see. It might fly off into the wind, or it might use the wind to fly off as well. I do think it will depend on, if there is anything for it to perhaps try and hunt. I do think that is what it's kind of looking for right now, is to see if there is any food about for it. But with this wind as well, a lot of the herbivores in that will kind of tuck up into the thickets and kind of get away from that wind as well. So interesting to see. It'll be quite interesting to watch what does transpire. It seems like the wind's slowly dying down, but who am I to talk? I'm sure there might be another gust that comes through shortly, but definitely seeming to calm down a little bit for now. So really awesome. Lovely to spend some cherished time with an endangered eagle like this. But it's time for us also to head over to Tess and Morgan and see what's going on in Amakhala.
Sounds like a spectacular morning on the birding front. That takes me straight back to being at Djuma not so long ago and getting to spend some time probably with the exact same martial eagle not so long ago. Wonderful to know that it is becoming a resident in the area. Quite unusual. Now on this side, on the opposite side of the country, far south in the Eastern Cape, we have got a congregation of animals just desperately looking for some shade. They found a very small little valley with a thicket of very large sweet thorn. It looks like there's some milkwood in there as well. And this mix of black wildebeest, zebra, and even a few blesbok have started congregating around this bush. And you'll probably find they'll go into the middle, try and find some shade, and potentially have a little bit of a nap, a bit of a midday rest. So we're probably sitting at about 34 degrees Celsius at the moment, if not hotter. We're right in the heat of the day. And you can almost see the heat waves emanating off the ground. It is hot. We're in a pretty large open area. There's a small little section of water, so I'm sure that's why these animals have decided to gather here. But for the most part, it seems like they're just mixing between grazing and going straight into the middle of that thicket, trying to find some shade. We didn't realize there were that many wildebeest here, and then all of a sudden they exploded from the thicket because one of the males was chasing another one, and everybody was trying to get out the way. Now it seems like they've relaxed and they're all kind of heading back into the middle slowly, especially those wildebeest. The blesbok probably don't want to be right in the middle, so they're in this little patch of shade right in front, just two of them together. And the zebras have the advantage of white stripes, which helps to deflect some of that heat, so at least they've got a little bit of relief where the wildebeest definitely don't. That dark skin will be attracting all of those heat waves. There's a bit of a breeze picking up, which is lovely. But we can't even hear birds calling. Oh, Lily, thank you again. I do appreciate you remembering my quiz about the buffalo boss. That was a lot of fun. I'm very impressed that people got it right. I think the horn moths were probably the giveaway, but from the top, it doesn't look anything like a buffalo's boss up close. So I was super excited when I found that piece and realized, hang on, it took me a few seconds to figure out where it might fit in, and then, of course, beautiful opportunity right there. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'd love to have a look at a black wildebeest's horns up close. Very different to the blue wildebeest that we get up there in the Sabi Sands, where I'm normally hanging around. But I suppose the outside structure would be almost identical. It's not ridged like the blesbok in front. It's quite smooth, especially towards those sharp tips. But they also almost have a little bit of a, I don't want to say a boss, but where it joins the skull, I'd imagine has a very similar shape to that of a buffalo up close with some ridges and holes in it. Oh, wildebeest are starting to chase each other again. Oh, I see oxpeckers. They're flying out every time the wildebeest kind of start fighting each other. That's amazing. My first oxpeckers on Amakhala. Very far distance, but they looked like red-billed oxpeckers. So oxpeckers will be hanging around all of these kinds of animals, just looking for ticks, looking for that nice source of blood. They eat the ticks directly off the animal's bodies, so they're a great help for pest control for the wildebeest and the zebras. I've never seen an oxpecker on a blesbok. That's an interesting thought. But I don't really spend much time with blesbok. I've never seen an oxpecker on a waterbuck. Have you, Morgan? But that's an interesting conversation to have as well, because there might be a reason why they don't like waterbuck. Maybe it's the smell of the skin or that kind of oily substance that makes them smell a little bit strange.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Horns. I'm not too sure what exactly it's up to. Interesting behavior to see nonetheless. Not something you see every day. Not with Impala at least. Generally expect Inyala and sometimes Kudu to do more of this. Clearly something he feels like he needs to do. You can hear those mourning doves. Lovely sound that they do make. That little that's going on there. Very cool sound. So clearly some jousting practice that's going on. Perhaps trying to strengthen the neck there. Flicking all the dust around as well. And I did touch on, we normally expect Nyala and Kudu in that to be doing this. And it's thought that when they do that, that kind of sediment or deposit that is then left on those horns does make them more imposing and seem bigger. So it's thought that it's got some link to do with that, wanting to make themselves seem bigger than what they are, or have more imposing horns than they have as well. So really interesting behavior there with that Impala ram. Nice to watch that. But, let us go and check in with Ben in Madikwe and see what's going on down there.
Well, welcome back to Madikwe, everybody. Thanks, Andrew. Always interesting to see some different behaviour. We've also got some slightly different behaviour, although relatively common for Madikwe, it seems. We've got a group of elephant bulls clustered around a little mud hole, basically. And whilst they're doing a little bit of mud bathing, most of them are actually eating the soil, which we've seen on quite a few occasions. Most likely to get something out of the soil, some form of mineral or vitamin content. There is quite a lot of red soil in this area. You can see that from the colour of the elephants themselves, which means it is quite rich in iron. And of course, iron is important. People take iron supplements and things this day and age. So maybe that's what they're after, but we really don't know. But always interesting to see they're scooping little globules of mud up in their trunk and popping it into their mouths, which is not ideal for their teeth, of course, as their lifespan is dictated by the longevity of their teeth and their ability to masticate their food properly. But very interesting to watch. We've relocated slightly from where we had all the elephant activity earlier, which was a little further east of where we are, and we found this other little wallow and a little dam here. But the elephants are not at the dam, they are at this almost like a little quarry they seem to have created for themselves. And you can see that whole area around it has been completely removed of grass. It's devoid of vegetation, probably because the elephants know that there's something specific in the soil here. And they keep coming back to this area and have sort of trodden all the grass and destroyed all the grass here in their search for whatever it is that is in the soil that they enjoy so much. And they've been here probably for about 10 minutes, clustered around that little one spot. You can see we do have different soil types here. You can see the one, not the one on the right hand side of the screen, but just behind him you can see he's got quite a lot of sort of whitish coloration on him. From a different type of soil here, a much less nutrient rich type of soil. They're always interesting to see different shades, but the predominant colour of the elephants and the warthogs particularly, because of their preference to rolling around in these muddy puddles, is much redder than you would see in the Lowveld, as we don't have these sort of Kalahari red soils, particularly if you go further north and west on the reserve here. Very peaceful. There's a nice breeze blowing. We're actually surrounded by animals where we are. We did see a little jackal come trotting past earlier. There's quite a few zebra and wildebeest off to the right, out of frame at the moment. But it does seem to be the way of Madikwe. You've got a lot of sort of sicklebush and acacia scrub, and then every so often we get these little oases of open areas. Now it seems to attract lots and lots of game. The sun is struggling to find a way through the clouds, but every now and again we get some shafts of sunlight, and so the wind has just picked up a little bit, which has made it very pleasant indeed. But a very nice scene, seeing all these elephants clustered together like this. Oh, a little bit of an interaction there, arguing over a choice piece of soil. I'm hoping we'll have a little bit of pushing and shoving, a little bit of the classic argy-bargy. Oh, sorry, Igor. I see Igor's moved across to the crows. I didn't even see. He's just flown away. Oh, he's coming back. There was a pied crow. I was far too busy watching the elephants. And you can see that characteristic black and white coloration of the crows. We get a couple of different species. You get Cape crow, pied crow, and there's also something called a white-necked raven. I haven't seen any of the other species here. I would have to check if any of the others do even occur here. I think the Cape crow might do, but I don't know about the raven. These ones, I've seen quite a couple of great spotted cuckoos over the last couple of days, and even though they're only about half the size of these pied crows, they are the favourite host species of the great spotted cuckoo, believe it or not. And it seems that the crows are blissfully unaware of this, even though the eggs do mimic quite well. They're sort of white and speckled like a crow's eggs, but they're about 2/3 of the size only. But it seems that the crow doesn't figure this out. And is the case with a lot of brood parasite hosts, and they quite happily incubate those cuckoo eggs, which generally hatch first. And whilst I don't believe in great spotted cuckoo there's a particular vindictive streak within the chicks, like there are, for example, in the honeyguide family, they will often just outcompete by begging more voraciously than the brethren, than their, I suppose, what would we call them, they're not unrelated brethren. And they will often do very, very well. I think statistically they say that about 1 in 10 crow's nests or 1 in 8 crow's nests are parasitized by great spotted cuckoos across the country, which is actually quite a big percentage if you think about it. And they are very much scavengers as well. In certain areas they will sort of fulfill the role of vultures. If you go to the Pilanesberg National Park, which is just north of Johannesburg and Pretoria, then in that area there are really no vultures to be seen, and all the scavenging of carcasses is done by the crows. Very resourceful animals. See, one of our elephant bulls has decided that he's eaten enough soil for now. This is the one with all the white coloration, so you can see he's obviously been in a slightly different area of the reserve and found some less nutritious mud to splash over himself, and has this lovely sort of polka dot effect going on his skin. And just shedding a little bit of weight. Excuse me. So a big bull like this will produce, or can produce, as much as about 150 kilograms of waste product during the day, and you can see just adding to the water table as well. Don't want to kick that, buddy. Okay, he seems to have decided to perhaps find pastures greener. Perhaps now he's the biggest one of the group over there, so perhaps without his calming influence we might get a little bit more interaction over here now as they jostle for the best areas. You may have heard that little trumpet just now. It'd be nice if we have a little bit of squabbling and some clashing of tusks. You see the one there has just stuck some more soil into his mouth. You saw the trunk come up. Yeah, interesting. This other one it's slowly disappearing into the scrub, but he's obviously had enough and left the others to it. But there is very much a pecking order within the elephants, and being the biggest one there, he's perhaps, eaten his fill of soil and left the others to get on with it now. It was just a flash of a pied crow and whizzing past the elephants. Looks like he's had enough soil for now. There is some water there and some mud. You can see him having a lovely dust bathe now, spraying that mud all over him, and that wet mud will get caught in those crinkles in his skin, and that will stay moist for a longer period of time because it's sort of in natural shade within those wrinkles, and that will just help keep him cool, protect him from the sun, and potentially from parasites as well. Now it's time for a shower. It seems that this might be a popular spot as well, because coming in from the back seems to be a very large bull as well, so it'll be interesting to see whether when he arrives, if he's also coming in for a little bit of what we call geophagia, of eating of that soil, whether perhaps he pushes all the other ones out the way and establishes himself as the big fish in this pond. I've just noticed there's another one on the right as well who's just arrived. Almost as if these two are putting a bit of a sort of a flanking manoeuvre on for these youngsters. Now this one coming in, I see, has just got a little bit of temporal gland secretion going on, so possibly a little bit of must, but nothing dripping from his sheath. That could just be a sort of excitement because he knows he's coming down to water and some mud, but it'll be interesting to see his behaviour as to whether he's going to assert himself here. You'll probably find that these smaller ones will respectfully move out of his way. And so the one coming in from the back is even bigger and older. Here you see this one has went to greet and has just moved out of the way. There we go. My turn. Now I'm taking up residence at what seems to be the best place to eat there, but if this other one also has the same idea, it'd be interesting to see if he makes space, because this one coming in is even bigger. Nicola, yes, mud wallowing is used to regulate heat amongst many other things. As I said, they will put the mud on the skin. That acts like a bit of a sunblock. We'll look at the posture of this one coming in. You can see he's picked up the pace a little bit. He is going to just bowl through these like a Skittles, or a bowling ball and some Skittles. Look at that. Yeah, so they'll splash the mud on themselves. That will act like a sunblock just to stop some of those direct rays. They will also get plenty of mud on their undersides to deal with the infrared radiation sort of bouncing back off the soil and off the rocks and everything else. So it will permeate into those wrinkles on the skin and help keep them cool for a prolonged period of time. So yes, very much to do with heat regulation, then also ectoparasite control, mites and ticks and other little organisms that living on the skin can then be used to scratch against things and remove any of those pesky little insects that are taking up residence on their skin. And it's fun. Do you know what? Actually, I stand to be corrected. Maybe you guys could see this better with the camera. I can't see that clearly on my little screen, but through binoculars, I think actually there is a pipe with fresh water coming out there. That's why they're all queuing up there, rather than eating some soil. I think they're doing what the other ones were doing at the other dam and clamping their trunk over that pipe and taking the fresh, clean water. Yes, that's what they're doing. So ignore everything I said about eating the soil, although I like to think it was factually correct. We are just seeing them fighting over that fresh water from that pipe. You see the way he's wrapping his trunk around and saying, "Get out of the way, it's my turn." Excuse me. We've had another youngster join from the left there, but he's going to have to wait his turn to get to that pipe. He's going to try his luck there. Oh, he managed to get in there. Trying to pull the other one's trunk away. I hope you guys can see that. Very interesting to see. They're all just sort of nudging each other out of the way with their trunks to get first dibs on that water. I'm surprised that little one's been able to get in. Often they will just get bullied out the way and have to wait their turn. But perhaps the elephants at Madikwe are a little bit more amenable than others that I've seen. Oh, we might be photobombed by a Hadidar in a minute. There he goes, from left to right. And a second one, Hadidar ibis. Oh, perhaps also coming down either for a drink or to look for any arthropods next to that little wallow there. Okay, we're going to sit here with these elephants for a while. Let's send you back over to Alex up in Okukoyu.
Thank you, Ben. And yes, back in Okukoyu, we've got a number of black-faced impalas that are with us. Some young rams, of course springbuck, and we have that real large flock of Adam's storks that have been with us throughout the course of our escape to nature today. Just zoom back out because lots going on. Wildebeest has moved off as well. Egyptian geese are still about too. Cloud cover slowly going away. What we're going to do though is zoom in on our impala and just kick it easy with them for now. Otherwise, pretty much the same scene that we've had all day, although lots of action. No complaints really. Nice to have everyone out and about with us. And primarily just grazing going on at the moment. So you would have heard there the Egyptian geese probably irritated with the amount of springbok that are around. I'm sure telling them where to get off and not to approach them. It's still a very cool scene that we do have here. Of course, lots of the Adam storks still going about, foraging across the other side as well. You can see them moving about. And we've got these impala that are here and 2 springbok that we can see. So very cool. Some starlings calling in the background. Cape Crow now. We had some blacksmith lapwings, and we also just had the Egyptian geese. So special scenes, we've really had such an action-packed full day with very special sightings. But for those of you that have your own unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings, Wild Earth is looking for those. And for any of our users to use across the Wild Earth platforms. So in return, if you do have any of these things and you do want to send it through, obviously you can earn money, you can win prizes, and you can also see your name in the credits on any of the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you do have any content and you'd like to share that with us, do go through to wildearth.tv/content and do become a creator, content creator with Wild Earth. So any fantastic sightings you may have, you may wish to share with everyone, do get on that. If you've got anything archived, that also would be fantastic. As I said, lots of action going on. We've really had an action-packed full day here in Okakuyo. Little grebe scooting about now too. Our black-faced impala, and we've got the Adam storks amongst 1 or 2 springbok that are foraging as well. Lovely to see. Very, very cool. What I'm actually going to do is zoom in on some of these foraging Adam storks for now. Really a cool perspective. No wind here today. It's been lovely and glossy off the top of that waterhole surface throughout the course of our escape to nature. What we are doing at the moment, listening to some of the bird audio, watching 1 or 2 of the blacksmith lapwings as they scoot about and in and amongst these Adam storks that are all foraging for little invertebrates at the moment. So they've been pretty kind of stationary throughout the course of the morning. It's nice to see them moving about and foraging now. I'll try to get us a little bit closer. But what we are going to be doing is just focusing on this. Lovely to be able to see this as well. So different things going on and lots of action. So nice to see. Some European beat is calling as well now. That's something different. So of course we've seen them fly about, land again, sit back and be stationary, and of course now we've got a number of them feeding. So it's awesome to see. Nice to be able to witness all this behavior. Okay, thank you very much for your question. And at the moment, the water level is actually quite high because of the amount of rain that has fallen. It does dip a little bit, but it is also a man-made or pumped waterhole. So the water never dries up here because it is fed every day through that pump line or system. But the water level at the moment, or currently, very high, and that is due to the rain that has fallen. So just sitting here and enjoying some foraging Adam stalks, one or two resting up, but primarily it seems to be an invertebrate buffet and everyone cashing in. Quite cool watching that one Adam stalk there. His wings open, maybe trying to dry them. Take in some heat, not too sure. But still just watching this milling about right now. Very cool, nice to see them not being stationary and going for the smorgasbord of insects that are around. So very cool. Lovely to be able to watch this. Some of the springbuck coming through. And of course, if you have just tuned in and you missed anything else that has been going on throughout the course of the day, you can get onto our app and watch the best bits. The best bits coming from this morning's sunrise safari, escape to nature, and of course the sunset safari. So if you have missed anything, you do want to catch up on the highlights, do make sure you get onto the app and get on and watch the best bits from anything you might have missed. Got that acacia pied barbet calling now as well. Nice and close to us. We'll just position a little bit and watch the springbuck for now. Still got obviously all these Adam stalks that have come through. Seasonal migrants for now, intra-African migrants at least as well, and just following the rains and the eruptions of the insects and that would have come through. But a real large flock of them, over 100 that are with us right now. Good afternoon, Candace, and my pleasure. It's been fantastic, and thank you so much for joining us. A really interesting day that we have had, and really cool. Lovely to be able to keep this going, though. Really cool watching the storks as they forage around. Nice to watch all of this going on. So what I am going to do is just zoom out again. I want to just see how many storks are still about. Obviously, they've started to disperse and are feeding around us. It has been very cool. But one last little look there are the Egyptian geese. Got an impala ram that's here. There's also the little grebe in the water as well. And the storks really taking advantage of all this area that is here. So something different to look at. Of course, all the different animals that are about. Ooh, I don't know what happened there. I'm going to come back out now. Hi, Wendy. And I'm assuming you're talking about the impala lambs, or even springbok lambs. And I would say probably within the first year. That first year kind of where we would then start to differentiate. And that would be just because they would have perhaps started to form and join bachelor herds and that. So we'd talk about young rams as opposed to lambs, or young ewes as opposed to lambs. So I would say within the first 6 months to a year is when we would start to make that difference. So what I am going to do, because we've still got a number of these storks coming and flying in, we've still got a number of them feeding about, as well as these impala that are with us right now. And I think I'm just going to sit here for the moment. We can watch as everyone kind of comes in and out of the frame. Hopefully the Egyptian geese will also indulge us and join us. It's really cool watching the storks fly in and then forage as well. It has been a very fantastic day. We've had an amazing escape to nature. Lots of cool things that we have seen. That wonderful juvenile martial eagle in Djuma. Lovely elephant action in Madikwe. Awesome giraffes in Amakhala. Some elephants in Kariga. So who can complain? A nice backpack jackal as well to kickstart the morning as well in Madikwe. So it really has been action-packed. But very sadly it is that time of the day where we do have to say cheerio and goodbye, start to wrap up. Of course, though, Escape to Nature will be back again tomorrow morning at 8:30. So do make sure to tune in, and of course stay tuned for the other shows that follow this afternoon. Of course, that is Wild Watch and Just Wild, and from there the Sunset Safari, which no doubt will be very fun. So do stay tuned. Really, really cool, and a lovely peaceful scene to end the course of the day. And from all of us here at Wild Earth, thank you very much for tuning in and joining us as we escaped to nature today. It was a fantastic day. Thanks so much, Brian, and thank you for joining us. I'm glad you enjoyed escaping to nature with us. And as I said, from all of us here at Wild Earth, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you too to the wildlife and, of course, to the wonderful habitat that they all came from. It's been an absolutely awesome day. But to everyone else that has joined in, cheerio. Have an awesome rest of Saturday, and we'll spot you later.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.